Oh, let's see if this is happening. I think it is. Zoom to live, setting up. We're getting there. Getting there. All right. I'm going to stop sharing here and stop the music and officially welcome you to the first Second Act Love live stream. I think we're live on on YouTube. Let's all wave to YouTube. Woohoo! All right, you can spotlight me now, MJ. And let me take a breath because that was stressful. My energy was rising, and I'm just like, my heart's beating so fast because not only was I like so excited to get on with you and invite you into this amazing day, I really wanted to make sure I was with you guys on YouTube. There's so many people showing up on YouTube and showing up here, and this is such a testament to your dedication to growth and expansion. This live stream for the next few days, oh my God, I have such a lineup of the most amazing people, the most amazing experts that will help you with healthy communication and getting comfortable in your body and loving yourself, getting comfortable with aging, learning hot dating strategies, and how to have fun and playfulness and deep intimacy in your relationships. And that's a little teaser for the first person that's coming up because we have Valdo in the house, but I'll tell you about him in a moment. What I first want to just say more than anything is this is a precious, precious time in our lives. We are in the second half of life, most of you at least that are here. Most of the people that I primarily work with and invite into my world as a love and relationship expert are people, specifically women, that want a fulfilling, yummy, expansive, off the charts second half of life. Who here wants that? Put a yes in the chat box. Do you want to feel amazing when you wake up and excited for your day? Do you want to have deeper love with the people that are in your life or your partner? Or are you calling in a new relationship and you desire that healthy next level love experience? Put a yes in the chat box if that's you. What I know is that women are just so special. I love women. Don't you love women, Valdo? Yes, you do. Uh, I love women. I love women. I love women. I've been working with women for over 30 years now, helping women feel deserving, deserving of whatever it is that they desire. And I specifically specialize in self-love because at the end of the day, if you are not loving yourself, if you're not literally taking love, self-love, and putting it in action, which is how you treat yourself, how you talk to yourself, how do you give to yourself, how you're able to receive love. If you have a challenge with truly honoring yourself and not, if you're out of sync with the relationship with yourself, that's going to impact everything around you, especially your intimate relationships. So I have dug my heels in and I have put my stake in the ground and I have said, I am on a mission to help open and support as many women and as many lives as possible. Because I truly believe that when you can really love yourself and feel deserving of all that life has to offer, and you're able to really relax and receive it, like really know that you are valuable and worthy of all that you desire, things show up in your life. Things show up in your life. Magic happens. So this live stream is my gift to you, as is the Magnetize Your Midlife Love giveaway. We have this spectacular event going on. If you have, you could put that link in the comments for people. MJ is my amazing team supporting us today. The giveaway has over 30 free gifts, everywhere from from trainings and ebooks and checklists, things to take you to the next level for the second half of your life. Body, mind, and spirit, and everything in between, sacred sexuality, all of that. So you definitely want to join the Midlife Love giveaway. And with that said, for the next 3 days, you get to see some of the greatest experts that are part of the giveaway and listen to their expertise and hear hot tips. So please, 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 if you don't have a notebook, definitely get a notebook. So, because you're going to be grabbing some really, really great golden nuggets. We're going to go until 6 o'clock today. We have a whole lineup. You should have had that in your list when you signed up for this. If not, don't worry. You can reach out to Team Junie Moon at Gmail, and we will make sure that you get the lineup, because for the next 3 days, it is truly off the charts. The level of expertise of my colleagues are amazing. And I am a shadow worker. I don't know if you guys know who I am, but my big thing is to have self-love, to have a magnificent life. We need to shine a light on the unconscious. We need to shine a light on the things that get in your way, like your inner critic thinking. Anybody have an inner critic here? Put inner critic in the chat box, or go ouch. Put an ouch in the chat box, because there's nothing worse than hearing yourself go, oh my God, you're such an idiot. What were you thinking? Or, oh, you're too fat. No one's going to want you, or you're too old. That inner critic keeps you from experiencing next level love, full out joy. So not only will I have a lineup of amazing people, but I also will be teaching later today on how to quiet your inner critic so that you can feel fulfilled. I have worked with so many women to dial down that voice and to truly love themselves so that they can magnetize the love of their life and everything else that they desire. I have the most amazing partner in my life. I wake up every day going, oh my God, how on earth can I be so lucky? And I am so grateful. He's got my back. He listens to me. I can relax. I feel safe. And it wasn't always like this. I walked on eggshells for many years of my life, so afraid to rock the boat, so afraid of not being good enough, afraid that I would be left. And so I micromanaged everything and had knots in my stomach through almost every single relationship I had in the past, until I found the relationship with my heart. And it was when I learned how to truly honor my heart and my voice and knew I mattered. And I coupled it with hot dating strategies, which I had to learn for me. That's when I invited in, the universe conspired with me for my partner. And he'll be actually talking tomorrow, because he's a really smart dude too. He's going to be talking about magnetizing your best life. I forgot what his topic is, but my Dr. Menderbill, he'll be here tomorrow. So anyway, I know it's possible. I've lived it. I own it. I have seen this over and over with my clients take their life and their relationships to the next level. And it starts with becoming your own soulmate. It starts with really, truly knowing who you are and getting your inner ducks in a row and some of your outer ducks in a row. So this live stream is going to help you get some ducks in a row. So maybe put a quack, quack, quack in the comments. Let's have some fun. And let me tell you about our first amazing guest. So we have Valdo. You know what, Valdo? I don't remember how to say your Lalamans. Did I say that right? Valdo Lalamans?
Yes, yes, correct, Junie.
Bring Valdo up on the stage here. Yeah, there he is.
Hi,
Hey,
everybody.
Valdo. So good to see you. So good to have you here. So amazing to have you part of the live stream today. How are you today?
I'm doing really good. I'm hoping you are not going to talk too much about my qualities and achievements because that would push on my shadow.
Let's not push your shadow. We want to hear your gold, honey. You could work your shadow out later. Anyway, Valdo is amazing. I'm so thrilled. And he, as well as every other guest here, will be offering a special gift. So you're going to want to listen to this man. Let me tell you about him. He is a relationship coach, and he has an uncanny ability to know how to get couples out of funk. Now, you may not be in a couplehood, or whatever you want to call it, but this is about love and relationships. So I'm just reading his profile, but trust me, you're going to get some golden nuggets from this. So he helps people, couples get out of funk, to know where the juice is and how to reclaim and distill it, to transform painful struggles into deeper love and appreciation. And ladies, you can do this with dating. Everything he's going to share, you can apply this to all relationships, especially dating, because he believes that love has to be liberated. Without stoking the fire, couples are bound to trade freedom for security, to barter aliveness for comfort, to bargain the willingness to do whatever it takes for the ease of time-tested but mediocre solutions. Who wants mediocre solutions? Put no in the chat box. So, playful, charismatic, insightful, Valdo leads happy couples with unshakable purpose and with a delightful French accent, which you heard already. So yes, his bio is talking about couples, and I offer to you that everything he says you can apply to every relationship, especially when you're dating and getting to know each other. So, without further ado, Valdo's in the house. Why don't you start us off with playfulness? How do you see playfulness? How do you bring it into relationships? And do hone in on the women that might be solo as well, Valdo.
Yeah. So first, I went through my bio without blushing too much. So thank
Own it, Valdo.
I
Own
own it. I own it. And so, juice is key in relationships. We all want passion, and a key to that is fire. You know, when we wake up in the morning, well, sometimes we're tired, but sometimes there is something that prompts us to get up, you know, when we reach out for a passion we have or something that entertains us. We want fire. So playfulness is a really good way of bringing more fire, and it can also transform really, really quickly the negative in the positive. For example, I was with a client a few months ago. I hadn't seen them in 6 months. And, you know, after saying, how you doing, what's going on, you know, the usual, she started talking about how she was not feeling seen by him, that he was working too much. And I'm pretty sure you can imagine how many hours of therapy that would take. And it's even harder because none of these cuts, you know, it's 1,000 cuts, but none of them is a violation. All of them are small cuts, but adding, they basically dried up some of their relationship. So when I saw that coming in, I invited him to grab a leg of her chair and just pull her a foot closer. And then suddenly, you know, she was swept by him, and she totally forgot, that totally erased all that dryness just from that, hey, darling, you're mine. And so that's what playfulness does. I can't hear you. You're muted.
That would get in the way.
Yeah. I can't hear you, darling.
I had some noise, so I muted. Yeah, so it erased that. And what I hear is it brought them together by
Exactly.
just connecting.
Yeah.
What other ways can people be playful? Like, you know, maybe in the, you know, when people are dating or getting to know each other, how can they bring in that juicy, fun aspect? Because at the end of the day, women sometimes get very stressed around the red flags and how are they safe? What are they thinking? A lot of women, a lot of people, unless they start working with us, they're in their heads a
Yeah.
lot. So what are some tips on maybe how to bring more playfulness on that whole relationship journey?
So the biggest tip is to get out of one's head and into one's body. I've been working for a few months with a couple, and when he tries to understand her from his head is almost always wrong. When he is feeling her from his belly, he's almost always right. So basically, he's learning to be in his body, grounded and present, and he's learning to trust himself. From that point of view, some people are really playful, some are less. That does not matter. What matters is that he's offering himself fully and he can bring levity to a difficult situation. Like, darling, it doesn't matter. From a place of full presence is something that brings a lot, liberates a lot more than, cracking a joke or something rehearsed that, is fake.
Yeah, I hear you there. And that just brings us to dropping into trusting ourselves. I always say that trust is
Exactly.
an inside job. So if,
Yeah,
so what I heard you say, and I love that, is really dropping into your belly, dropping into your gut and trusting
exactly.
your gut instead of rah, 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 rah.
Exactly. And so, second is women need safety. So, that is critical. So, how to provide that? But women get bored much quicker than men. And so, how to bring that sense of danger that women are so looking for in romance novels?
You
I'm
mean the
pretty sure
bad boy? Bring on the bad boy.
no, the pirate. And so, how to bring that, how to sense her needing it, and then doing something to bring that, bringing her chair, a foot closer was one of the ways to do that. And sometimes it is an expression, sometimes it's a word, sometimes it could be a lot more sexual by pinning her on the wall. But there is something that basically learning to anticipates what turns her on.
You
And
know what?
of
I'm going to
course,
pause you for a second because I just realized, sadly, I didn't start recording on the Zoom, which is okay because I have the YouTube. But let me start right now. So it's going to interrupt you for a second. My apologies.
okay. And so basically, it is learning to turn our partner on. So first is safety, second is open her heart, and then third is turn her on. And that turn on is not just sexual, but in every other aspect. Because, being swept off your feet is not just sexual. And
Yeah.
so that is the part from the men to the women, because I understand it's mainly women in attendance. And then from a woman point of view, learn what turns her man on. I had a really interesting experience a year ago. A friend of mine who was married for decades left her husband and decided to start dating. So I offered her a conversation to prepare her for it. And because I knew she would show up very masculine, so I said, "Hey, let's role play." And so she showed up. "Hey, what's your name? What do you do?" I said, "No." And so I invited her to bring her femininity. And so she didn't know what to do. So I started, "Hey, how are you doing?" And, flicking her hair. And I'm very clear that I do not want a romantic relationship with her. And at some point, her and I were on Zoom, and actually, I've never met her in person. And she started moving her chest, and it was voltage to my system that was so interesting. And so, from a woman point of view, playfulness is, of course, if you feel safe and if you trust the man you're with, is engage with way more than words. Touch him, do things in a way that basically opens his heart, opens him, turns him on.
All right. I have a follow-up question with that. So I'm hearing, the things that pull guys in and, like open women up and, the things that you shared. What might a woman offer to a man verbally or as an invitation to have them bring that kind of energy? Because we do want to, safety is another whole topic, but if
Yep.
we're feeling safe and we want to have that juiciness, we want to have that touch of the leg or the fun or the, the edgy throw you against the wall, whatever it is. It's like
Yeah.
what opens a man up? What might a woman say to a guy that sparks him to bring on more of the fun?
So it is very simple. You basically translate what you want to him. So you want him to tell you you're beautiful, tell him he's strong.
Yeah.
You tell a man he's strong, suddenly he relaxes. And so, women want to be claimed, they want to hear, I choose you. But a woman telling a man, I choose you, okay? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but tell me I'm strong and I'm handsome and I can take care of the world.
Exactly. And so basically, he wants to hear that he is her hero. So
Yeah.
I feel so special, you are choosing me.
And then from that place, when a man has that kind of feedback, that pulls them more in. Is that what you're saying?
Totally. Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, spot on. You mentioned liberating love. What do you mean by that?
So without actively working on creating love, stoking our fires, we're going to choose comfort over growth. We are going to choose the negative over the positive.
Yeah.
And very sadly, it's 5 negative to 1 positive in our crazy world. So we have to very intentionally create 5 positive. And so liberating love is finding a way to bypass those negative and do the few things that stoke the fire. So my client pulling the chair and is an example of that. Suddenly she was able to let go of built up resentment over months.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's not coming back. It's next time it's coming back, it will be so much easier to talk about, to deal with. It's also much easier for him. He's learning to liberate love with her. And so next time he will pull the chair again, or he will do something, or it'll be much easier for him to do something that will sweep her off her feet.
Yeah, and I love that, and just that word, intention. We do bump up against a lot of that. We want to play safe. We don't want to be uncomfortable. That whole comfort zone. We know the territory, so it's a little uncomfortable to stretch and try new things. And yet that's where the joy is, that's where the playfulness is, that's where the growth is. So I love your perspective on that. Like, look to the positives and add more in, because it needs to offset a lot of our human wiring for protection and safety versus, oh yes, I just want to open and have fun. Like, that can be risky if we don't have those things in place. So I see that as almost insurance to be able to have fun, add in more of the positive and the words of affirmation and things like that.
So it is not just on the fun entertainment. A man who senses some inner conflict with his woman can go to her and look at her deeply and say, what's going on? And liberate love in that moment.
Yeah, yeah. And
Because
you mentioned presence before, which is so huge.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Valdo, believe it or not, we're almost at 15 minutes. What's one last tip you want to offer to these women about claiming an ecstatic, full out, yummy second half of life, and what gift do you have for them?
I'm going to start with the negative because I think it's important to know how we choke the fire.
Yeah.
Too many women, very subconsciously, they don't know it, choke the fire, turn their man off. And so, for example, one thing that women don't understand is men are so sensitive to shame that the slightest whiff of shame, he's no longer there. And so, there is a scale of, 1 to 10 on the nagging scale, but a 1.5 is too much for most men. So basically learning to express oneself in a way that men can understand. And the corollary to that is to learn to basically open him. So not close him and then open him in ways that basically turn him on. And men and women are different. So what is it? And your man is different. I'm pretty sure that with Michael, you know the difference, and he's different from the other men you've dated before.
Thank friggin' God.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So well done. Well said. Yeah, to open I was actually talking to Michael the other day, and I just constantly say we constantly are telling each other how we feel, and I was like, I just feel so safe. I feel so open. I feel so seen and loved and adored. And I said, what is it for you? What's the thing for you, or in general for men? What do men need more than anything? It's in that realm. It's the opposite of shame, which is respect, which
Yeah,
is knowing
exactly.
that,
Yep.
like you're being seen and appreciated for who you
Yeah.
are. And so women listen carefully, because if we haven't done our inner work, things come out sideways, and we could poke and subtly kind of get under the skin and take away our man's fullness. And then they stop showing up, and then it's, of course, we all then
And actually, that's not true. They keep showing up,
oh, yes,
but they show up providing food
it's
and
true. They keep showing
car
up. Yeah.
and a roof over one's head, but they do it in a way that is more and more impersonal.
Yes, we're not going to feel that deep connection. We're not going to feel
Exactly.
yeah, there's like walls.
Exactly.
Totally. Thank you for
Exactly.
saying that, because you're absolutely right. Because men continue to show up a lot of the times, but it's almost like phoning it in. They just are going through the motions, doing what they have to do as a man, but not necessarily the way we want to feel. So
Yeah,
beautiful.
exactly. And so the offering to the giveaway is a live panel at the end of the month with three conscious men. And the women in attendance will be able to ask questions to these three men on how to open a man's heart.
Beautiful. 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 Do you have that link by any chance, Valdo?
Um,
If
I
you
will
don't, my team
text
will.
it.
No worries.
I
No,
will
we have it.
text it shortly.
No
Oh,
worries.
perfect.
She
Wonderful.
already put it in. I got a rockin' team here. Valdo, short but totally sweet. So good to see you. Amazing. Hot tips. Love you. And, if you want to hang out for a few more minutes, there might be some questions for you in the chat box. Feel free to ask Valdo questions. And if he's not here or you miss him, I will make sure that he gets those questions. But Valdo, in YouTube as well, there might be some people asking some questions to you if you want to pop in and see what's there. Thank you.
Wonderful. And Junie, thank you for offering this 3-day experience
Yeah, and
and
thank you for
all
your
these
patience
gifts.
in the beginning of the clunky of how do I get to YouTube? Well, welcome to technology and stretching. This is a
Sounds
stretch for
good.
me, and I'm thrilled. So, Baldo, thank you so much for
Cool.
being here. Well, that was our first presentation from a man's perspective, which is always really cool, right? And we have a few men over the next few days. I think, yeah, we have Gary Salyer coming later, and he's going to be talking about secure love and safe to love. There's more. There's more coming. I feel like one of those, was it Jerry Lewis? Trying to all the acts when I was a kid, and go to this number and donate. Well, there's no donating. This is all about you receiving, guys. This is all about you receiving. But it is similar, where I'm just going to keep bringing on these amazing people. And we have another amazing person coming up in a moment. I just want to welcome those that have shown up in the beginning of our time, and I might have missed you. This is the second Act Love Livestream. This is part of the Midlife Love Giveaway. Magnetize your Midlife Love Giveaway, which is a free virtual event, if you will, where you get all these free gifts from all these amazing experts in love, dating, relationship, health, body, mind, spirit, you name it. And so if you could pop the link in the chat box again, there you go. You can go there and sign up for free, and then you get access to over 30 free gifts from some of the most amazing teachers of our time on how to have a second act of life. This isn't just about partnership. This isn't just about finding your man or deepening the relationship that you might have if you're in a partnership. This is about how to receive pleasure and get in your comfortable in your own skin. This is about opening to the vortex of the universe. We have a shaman, a galactic shaman coming on. I think that's today, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. We have 3 days of amazing guests that will help you with all the different pieces of the puzzle of life so that the next decade or two or three or four really is on your terms. I'm a love and relationship expert, and I can tell you that when you love yourself and when you have certain aspects in check, we're not looking for perfection. I'm not perfect. You could leave now if you're looking for perfection. I'm not perfect, and I love all who I am. You know, my book is called Loving the Whole Package. It's about loving all the aspects of who you are, shadow and light, to forgive yourself, to be able to trust yourself and to open and be yourself without apology. That's what we're going for, and that's how you have an extraordinary life. Without further ado, I would love to welcome my next guest, who is a dear friend of mine as well. Actually, almost everybody that's on this the next few days are dear friends, dear colleagues that I know, trust, love, and adore. We have Julie Schaefer in the house. Let's bring her on.
Hi,
So good
Junie.
to see you.
Yeah, good to
Hey,
see you too.
how are you today?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah,
Really
cool.
here over over in Portland, Oregon on the West Coast. It's a very chilly, like 37 degrees. So
Yeah, we're pretty
we're
much doing the same thing here. I got the other coast.
right.
Anyway, Julie, I know we're short, not short on time, but we have a certain amount of time, and I want to dive right in because you're going to be talking about the power of saying no and why women struggle sometimes with saying no. And it's a huge thing, the whole people pleasing and not wanting to rock the boat. I mean, this is a huge topic. Let me let them know who you are first. So, she's a psychologist and a relationship coach, award-winning author, and she works with women on healing their people pleasing habits to create empowered, healthy relationships with the people they love.
Yeah.
Straight out, this is what you need. This is what it's about. We have women that are partnered, we have women that are single, we have women of all different paths here. And whether you're focusing on partnership, ladies, or whether you're focusing on how you show up in your business or your family, this is the woman to listen to. So, how does saying no help or strengthen a relationship? Take it away, Julie.
Yeah, this is such an interesting topic because I think a lot of us are taught that we need to go along and agree in order for people to like us, or at least that's the message we got kind of growing up. And so saying no becomes really hard. And honestly, it's a way a lot of us learn to say I love you is by giving you what you want, right?
Mm.
And so it works a lot of the time. It's very helpful. It helps build relationships to some degree. But the problem is if you take it too far and you don't know how to say no, then the people you're trying to relate to don't really have an actual person to relate to. There's no boundaries there, right? So if they don't know what you like, they don't know what your opinions are, they might not know what makes you angry, right? Because if they knew those things, then they would know who they were relating to a little better, and they could show up and love you even better. And so the problem with not knowing how to say no is that the people we're trying to be in a relationship with don't get to know us. And so they aren't loving who we are. They're loving who they think we are.
Right?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I, there's the thing that I just like took out of that that really was like, wow, so true is by saying no, you get to have more love.
I know it's
Like,
kind of counterintuitive.
right. I mean, and
Yeah.
it's not everyone, but people are scared that if they set that boundary, if they say no, that it's actually going to break the relationship.
Mhm.
And what you're saying, which is so spot on, is by sharing who you are and saying this isn't what I like or this is what I like, and giving that information, you inform the person what brings you joy, and then they get to give it more to you. And then you also get to see how they show up in your life, versus let me just be careful because I don't want to push them away. And then are you really being seen? Are you really getting the good juice that you desire?
Right.
I love
Right.
that.
Yeah.
So we know, like you said, saying no sometimes can be scary. There's potentially that fear that somebody may not like us or leave us. What do you suggest around that? Because that's why people have a hard time saying no. They're scared. They're scared that if they really reveal their yeses or their nos, that they may not be liked or accepted for who they are.
Yeah. Well, first, I would say that that fear is very real, that sometimes we do get rejected for saying no. And
Yeah.
I wouldn't really encourage anybody to sort of ignore that fear, but what I would encourage people to do is to get to know what that fear is about. Because it's often there as a rather early coping mechanism for making sure that we can fit into and belong with the people that we depend on. And so it served us, and that's where it's coming from, and it was effective at that time. It got us through whatever the situation was we were in. And then we learned that lesson. So you need to know where that's coming from. Where's the fear coming from? Once you know where it's coming from, you can start to tap into, well, what do I really want? Not this fear that keeps showing up, but what do I believe? What do I want? What works for me, right? And then you can learning to say no is kind of a skill. So it's good to practice it. And I really encourage people to start with small little things.
I always tell people, like, when you're in the store and they say, "Would you like to donate $1 to whatever?" Like, real say no.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Even if
Oh,
you want to give money, say no and feel what it's like, because there's not, the high stakes are not there. You're not going to lose the relationship with the person that's
right.
doing your groceries.
Right, right. No, totally. That's a great example. When I learned to say no, because I couldn't say no for years, right? When I learned to say no, it was my husband would ask me to mow the lawn. And I thought, you know what? It's no big deal if the lawn doesn't get mowed. And I can do it, but I don't particularly like it. So I'm just gonna say no to that one thing. And then I learned if I said no, he didn't react badly. We didn't get a divorce. You know, it was fine. He didn't like it, but oh well. Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you offer to women that might feel a little anxious around saying no, or even guilty? Because that's another one. A lot of women that I work with, they're like, I don't want to feel selfish. I don't want to look like, I'm just thinking of me. Of course, I always say we need to be a little bit more selfish in a healthy way. However, that anxiety of, ooh, and then feeling badly like, oh, I should do it, but don't want to. Like, what can you offer to these women around that?
Right. Yeah. Well, first, selfishness is really important to understand what that is because we tend to wear that as I'm afraid of being selfish. And so anything that even kind of looks that direction, even sideways, we think, oh, I can't do that. Right. So the fear keeps us from exploring, well, what exactly is being selfish? And then the second thing I would say is to understand that the fear you're feeling, it's this discomfort. That discomfort, this protective mechanism in you is going to say, well, if it makes me uncomfortable, I shouldn't do that. Right? Well, the I shouldn't do that is also the pathway to feeling guilty. So when you say I shouldn't do that in response to discomfort, you're mistaking it for a thing you're doing that's wrong. And it's not wrong. It's not wrong to say no. It's okay to say no. It's not selfish to say no. Selfishness is a pattern of behavior. Saying no occasionally is not selfish. And you you have to understand that that discomfort that I shouldn't do this is coming from is not because it's wrong. It's because it's uncomfortable. Y- And when you know that, then saying no to something small, like, no, I don't want to donate, right? And then you feel selfish because it's like, well, it's only $1,
Right, right, right.
right? Then you can understand that why it's okay because it's not wrong. Yeah.
And we need to reinforce that, because we might have to act as if a little bit, ladies, if this is a
Right.
new muscle for you. Years ago, that was a big thing for me, that anytime there's a should in the sentence or the thinking, that's a good thing to hear. It's like, oh, if there's a should, there's some belief system, there's something you picked up along the way that has you thinking this is the only way, or this is how you are a good girl.
Right.
And this is programming. So I love what you're saying. And so, yeah, so to know, I love that, to know that there's absolutely nothing wrong with saying no. And you need to bring up your nervous system and your belief system to the present moment at the same time, because you are bumping up against decades of you better do the right thing or you're selfish. So I love that you're saying notice it, remind yourself that the stakes aren't high, that it's okay to say no. You have every right to say no.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you still might feel a little uncomfortable because you are trying something new.
I like to say anything worth doing is worth doing awkwardly at first.
Absolutely.
Right.
I
And that
love that.
awkward feeling, like who wants to feel that?
Yeah.
But do it, go through that, and then it won't be awkward anymore.
And I think looking back at our lives, think about the achievements we've all had. We've all had some pretty amazing things that have happened in our life that sometimes we had to do some stretching, whether it was a really hard exam in college to pass, or, to get your degree, or to push a baby out, or anything. Like we've had to move through some uncomfortable unknowns to get to the gold. And so just spotting this piece that Julie is talking about where can I set some healthy boundaries around what I want. She mentioned that, know what you want, and then share it. And it actually brings you closer because you are literally letting somebody in on who you are.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Anything else you want to share about the power of no and people pleasing? And then let us know about your gift.
Yeah. Well, I would really say that when you need to learn how to say no. And I think, I said that earlier, but it's a really key point. If it's something you need to learn, that means you can get better at it. It just takes some practice and maybe some coaching. So maybe you talk to your friend, kind of go read my blog, see what I have to say about that. You'll get there. You'll figure it out. It's just a little awkward and takes some time to learn.
And I
So,
just want to add in, you said earlier that there's one of the fears is rejection.
uh-huh.
And anybody here love rejection?
Oh my
Put a
God.
yes in the comment box if you love rejection. No,
No.
no. And so if we're trying to avoid rejection, we're going to be more careful. And
Mhm.
so being then again that we might be flexing those muscles of no and that fear of rejection, it's like to be able to do the inner work to know that you will live through it and it's actually good for you. And
Yeah.
with that said, if you have had years of that fear because maybe you had a parent or an experience when you were growing up of rejection or being left in your relationship, you might have a wound that in the background is going, don't do it, you're going to be rejected, it's going to be so painful. And so this is where, as she said earlier, get some support, get a coach, get somebody that can support you in claiming your no and knowing who you are and asking for what you want, because you deserve to have it all. And I totally believe you can. And it starts with knowing your value and flexing these muscles. What else you want to say, Julie? And then tell us about your gift.
Well, you know what? I've got a YouTube channel and
What's it
I think
called? Tell us
it's
what it's called.
my handle is Dr. Julie Schaefer.
Easy peasy.
Yeah. And I put out one video a week on various people-pleasing type topics. I've got a workshop coming up at the end of January. So if you get on my email list, you'll hear about the details of that. And my giveaway is the 7 keys to connection.
Nice.
So, and what that is are kind of, rules is kind of the wrong word, maybe guidelines is like the things that we need to know about relating to other people and ourselves that will make being in relationship easier, the 7 keys to connection. So, if you get my giveaway gift, you'll get some little summary of how each of these work. And then if you want to know more, those you'll find them also in my book.
That's so great. And again, this is, connection is so key. And using these tools uh, brings you the love that you desire. And this is across the board with every relationship. And that's what I adore about your work is really helping people open and thrive and being themselves so that they can have that deep connection. So we put the link in the comments. So make sure that you grab it and check out her YouTube station. And
Yeah.
thank you for being here, Julie. As always, so one of the things I love about you is not only your message and, about people pleasing and really claiming what it is that we desire. You're so clear and I feel your heart. You're just
Oh,
always so present and I just adore you. So
well,
I'm so grateful that you took a few minutes to be here with us
yeah,
today.
well, thank you. And it was my pleasure to be here. I always love talking about this stuff. And I love talking to you too. You're fun to talk to.
Yay, it's so good,
Yeah.
it's so good. One of the best things about being in business is, aside from clients thriving, is
Mhm.
is meeting great
Mhm.
people, and Julie
Yeah.
and I have gone way back, and it's wonderful being in the arena with you,
Yeah.
doing
Thanks.
what we do, changing
Yeah.
lives and
Yeah.
helping people have depth in their life and joy
Right.
in their life.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Julie, they might ask you some questions in the chat box if you're here for a few more minutes. Everybody, if you have any questions, feel free to ask Julie. Definitely grab her gift. And we're going to move into the next segment. So, thank you, Julie. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me.
You're so welcome. So, a reminder that Julie's gift and Valdo's gift is in the chat, and it's also easily accessible in the Magnetize Your Midlife giveaway, which is midlifeloveoutloud.com/giveaway, uh, where we have over 30 amazing experts supporting you in love, in dating, relationships, communication, sexuality, health and wellness, self love, self care, you name it, spirituality. So, oops, there's my alarm. I'm on top of it. We got a tight ship we're running here. And I see Jill, you're here. We'll bring you on in a moment. And so, we are not meant to do this journey alone. I don't know if you believe that. Do you believe that? If you believe that we're not meant to do this journey alone, put a yes in the chat box or put it in the messages in YouTube. And I just want to say hello again to our YouTube people. We're not meant to do this alone. Yes, we are powerful, amazing, wonderful women. We have birthed babies and brought them up. We have cultivated and created our own businesses and thrived in different aspects in our life. Whatever it is for you, we are powerful, amazing people. And at the end of the day, we do not know everything. I wouldn't be here in the way that I am with the most amazing soulmate that still blows my mind. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have mentors. I wouldn't be able to relax in my own body with my curves and my extra flesh because I'm not a tiny person. I used to be 200 pounds. So when I lost a lot of my weight, my body, it got smaller, but it's not this tiny little body. I had to learn to love myself in the shape that I am. And I didn't know how to do it alone. I would look in the mirror and body shame myself. And I still have to continue to support my heart and tell myself how beautiful and loving I am and deserving of love. And I learned these tools from experts like myself and all the ones that are in the live stream and the Midlife Love giveaway, because we have been working it in our own niche, if you will, for many, many years. And why not learn from people that are a few steps ahead of you with some of the things that you're challenged with, like healthy communication? We have Robin Smith coming later in the day today. She is an expert on healthy communication. And we have the amazing Jill Crosby, who's coming up in a moment. And she is an expert in dating. Let's just bring her up. Jill, let's get you on the camera. Let's get you on the camera. Hey.
Hey, hi, Junie. Hi, everyone.
So good to see you. I just want to make sure you can share your screen. Actually, MJ, can you just make sure that Jill can share her screen, make her a co-host as well? And I just want to welcome you. Jill has been one of our sponsors, well, one of my sponsors for the events that I've run, because she knows the value of the inner work to create the magnificent dating and relationship success that you desire. Jill knows the ins and outs of dating, and I'm going to just like give you a little bit more detail about who she is. She's the owner and founder of the Conscious Dating Network, the largest network of exclusively conscious spiritual green dating sites on the internet, featuring her flagship site, spiritualsingles.com, which was launched over 25 years ago. So, and she was doing this stuff even before all that. She's a public speaker, an author, workshop retreat leader, and hypnotherapist. And during the first 10 years of growing her business, Jill worked a day job for the oldest, largest bricks and mortar photo video dating company in the United States and personally interviewed over 6,000 singles in 7 different states. She has a strong connection with dolphins, which I friggin' love. I know you love the aquatics, and whales.
Yeah.
I'm going to Mexico next week to Baja.
Oh, cool.
I'm going to be with the whales. I'm so excited. And
Great,
enjoys taking groups of singles on wild dolphin and whale swim retreats. So not only is she going to like lay down some huge tips on how to really maximize your dating and relationship success here, she does that as well. So if you want to go swim with dolphins and whales, you'll know how to find her. So Jill, I'm always so grateful to highlight you because you really are, in my opinion, the queen of how to do dating the best way. So listen up, ladies, you're in for a treat.
Thank you, Jeannie. That's very, Junie. Why did I say Jeannie? I have another friend, Jeannie. That's funny.
All good. Junie, Jeannie,
I
Judy,
know.
Julie, I hear it all.
I bet. Okay, well, I'm going to get, let's see, sharing is not turned on. Send request here. So hopefully you guys can give me that access request.
Try again.
Okay. Yep, there we go. Okay, great.
Beautiful.
So, yeah. All right, I'll get right to it because I know our time is short. And I wanted to give everybody some just really good tips for online dating with whichever site you're using, hopefully mine, but it'll work for all sites. And so I kind of wanted to ask everyone in the chat oh, that's weird. Oh, I got to play it. That's why.
There you go.
There we go. What should you focus on before you actually go onto an online dating site or an app? Because there's some really key things that are helpful rather than just logging in and starting to look at profiles and do your research. What do you need to do first? Because sometimes we don't think about that. The first step, and I know that other people will talk about this quite a bit probably in this, so I won't go into too much depth here, but it is about focusing on ourselves and making sure that we feel whole and complete and that we are loving ourselves and we're not coming from a place of lack or limitation of, oh, I need somebody to complete me. So the more self-growth work we can do first, the better. And then before actually even logging in, I like to do a little meditation and even envision your man that you're drawing to you. So why don't we all just take a short minute here and just do that? I'll give you an example. So everyone close your eyes, take a nice deep breath, and just let everything go, relax. And imagine your whole body just filled up with beautiful light, sparkling light. Every cell in your body just starts vibrating with this beautiful light, this divine, pure energy. And send some roots down into the ground. And just feel yourself connecting with Mother Earth. And now feel all the sparkles sparkling and share that energy with Mother Earth and bring Mother Earth's energy up through your body. And just feel that connection and the connection with your divine energy as well. And now imagine just sitting right in your heart. Focus on your heart, your love for yourself. And now see somebody, your ideal, wonderful partner. Imagine he's sitting right in front of you and you're looking at him in the eyes and you're just feeling this beautiful love and connection and gratitude, happiness. And take another deep breath and just see it already done. And on your own, you can get into all kinds of details if you want of how he makes you feel, how excited and happy you are, maybe some of the things that you do together. For now, we'll just focus on the feeling of how great it feels to have him with you in your life right now. Deep breath and think to yourself, and so it is. Good. And from that space, then you log on to your app or spiritualsingles.com or Green Singles. So that's the envisioning and the feeling part. So you can meditate that way, or you can just feel it, like even take a deep breath and just feel it, see him in front of you, and then log in. And then as you're going through the site, you also want to master your thoughts, because remember, our thoughts are things. Our thoughts and our actions, our energy, our emotions, everything manifests and comes back to us. So as you're going through and on the site, you want to be thinking great thoughts about how he's right. He's coming to you now. He's just coming to you. And it's just a matter of going through kind of the principle, just going through the motions to find him. And he's right there for you. So just have all that in mind. Let go of judgment. Don't judge the guys on the site. Don't judge other women. Just stay in your heart. Stay as pure as you can and see him coming. See him in front of you and just know it's done. So that's how you want to use a dating site ideally. Probably a little different than maybe some of us have used them in the past. The other thing I wanted to go over is long distance dating. Does it work? Well, when I first started Spiritual Singles 25 years ago, I thought for sure online dating or long distance dating didn't work because everyone I knew that tried it failed. So I didn't have any positive examples that it actually worked. So 25 years later, most of our success stories start out being long distance. So I've done a complete 180 with my realization here and my belief because I know it works. I've been interviewing success story couples on YouTube. And here are a few of them that I've interviewed lately. And it just goes to show, and they all started out being long distance. None of them lived in the same city or town. And sometimes it was even in different countries. So it does work, and it just takes a little patience, I guess. And it can actually be better. I'll give you some tips on what makes online or long distance dating work so well. And I'm keeping an eye on my time, Junie.
You're all good.
So first of all, is you really want to screen. I put screen, because the more you can screen and weed out the ones that are not good fits for you, the better. And the more you can do that even before you date or meet each other, the better. Because I don't know about you guys, but I'm an efficiency person. I like to be efficient with my time. I don't want to just be dating a bunch of random dudes that aren't going to work out. I want to be succinct and efficient. So read their profiles, look for matches, and if you're on my sites, answer your match questions, because those are really in depth and they will show a match percentage on everyone's profile. So you'll see if like what kind of percentage he is as far as a match goes on all different categories. So there's a bunch of questions. Answer as many as you want to. The more the better, really, because it does give you so much information. So really utilize the profile. And my profiles are so in depth that you really can screen with them well. Then when you do find someone that you really are interested in, send them an email, send them a personally written message. And it's okay. I've interviewed all these success stories, and it doesn't seem to matter who contacts whom first. That can be the woman contacting the man first or vice versa. If you're contacting him first, just kind of keep it a little, not too long, just test the waters a little bit, compliment him a bit, ask him a question, have some fun with it, mention something on his profile that you're interested in as well, because you've already screened first and you have a lot in common with him already. So you're going to know what his interests are and what he is looking for too. Make sure that all of that lines up and matches. So send an email on the site. My cursor, there we go. And then when you go email back and forth a bit, the next step, in my professional opinion, is to video chat on the site first, because you don't have to release any personal details. And I just think it's smart, before you give them your regular email address off the site or your phone number, that you do a video chat with them and just make sure that he looks like his pictures. Make sure we had a guy we finally had to kick off the site because some women met him and he was like 70 years old and his profile kept saying he was 53 years old. And like, come on, buddy. He wouldn't change it and we kept asking and asking, and he was, a paying member for quite a while. And finally, I just had enough. I'm like, forget it, kick him off. I don't care. And so, oops, I hit that on accident. The next bullet. So do that video chat on the site and just make sure that he looks like his pictures. You feel a good energy from him. You feel comfortable. I would video chat a few times before you give your personal phone number or email address, just because you never know these days, and it's always good to be safe. So that's what I would recommend before you arrange to meet in person. Or let's say it works on the site, you're video chatting, all is good, you have lots in common, you're asking him deep questions, you're really getting to know him. Don't keep it superficial, go deep. Like, let's find out some of these important things to make sure that it is a good match. So not just, what he likes to eat, that's important, but, his spiritual beliefs, his kids, if he has, it depends. Most of our women on this summit are older, which is nice. So, but do the kids live with him? Are they grown adult kids living with him? I mean, all sorts of things. Just really go deep with your questions and learn about him before you invest the time and energy to meet in person. Again, be efficient with your time and energy. And then when you really feel like it's a good match and you really think there's no red flags, and if there are, they're super minor. They're ones that you're okay with. You accept him as he is, and you're excited to meet him. Then you arrange to meet in person. Only then. And that may mean meeting, like both of you traveling and meeting somewhere in the middle,
or ideally let him be the man and use his masculine energy and come see you if it's any sort of distance, even if it's an hour away. Let him drive to you, and then meet him out for a lunch date. Don't invite him over to the house first. Meet him for a lunch date. Meet him somewhere in public, just to be sure. And then you're going to screen in person, make sure the chemistry's there, make sure you like his personality and all that stuff. And then you just, you take it from there, be slow. And then learn about the practical day-to-day stuff eventually. If he's traveling from another country, he can get an Airbnb nearby. He doesn't have to stay with you. It just depends how comfortable you are with him. I've done it both ways before, and it's been okay both ways. An Airbnb is not a bad idea though, because then he's not in your business all the time. You can have some separate time apart. So those are my best long distance dating tips. And the first part I went over, I already forgot. There we go. And then the last part is just enjoy the process, have fun with it, and don't take it, be serious about it. It's important. It's who you could spend the rest of your life with, but have some fun in the meantime.
Hot tips, hot tips. Let's highlight some of them because I think these were just so great. And again, thanks, Jill, so much. The first
Sure.
thing you led with, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to stop the share.
Um,
I think I got it. Well, maybe not. Yeah, no,
got it?
no, I'll figure it out as you talk. You talk. There we
All
go.
right,
Got
yeah. You talk. Thank you. I'm like, Jill said something that
it.
most people don't do, and I think this is so uber important, which is taking a moment before you dive in to really align yourself and to take a couple of breaths and to have that clear intention and that vision of who you're calling in and get really specific, see it, feel it, own it, and then go in. Yeah, it's kind of fun when you're out in the world and you're, on the online at the grocery store and you're swiping or, at a red light, everybody's doing that too. And yet, who's in front of you at the supermarket? You might actually have your soulmate in front of you. So put your phones down. And most importantly, really feel that alignment before you go in because you're going to just feel more empowered and strong and clear, and the universe will conspire with you. When you're distracted or you go into it with full-time job, let me see my guy, like that's the energy that you're bringing in to call your soulmate in. So I love how you share that, Jill, to really take the time, take a few breaths, and set the intention of what you're about to do, what you're about to put your energy into. And I'm so thrilled that you brought in the long distance relationship because a lot of people go, no way. As long as one person's willing to move, stay open.
Right.
My amazing man is an hour and a half to 2 hours away. Now, it's not another country. It is another state. It's not another country. But sometimes it can feel like that. It's not like, hey, babe, come over. And yet,
Yeah.
if I didn't open up my distance, I would have missed out on the man of my dreams. So lean in, go to her YouTube station. Those interviews with those couples are gold. And also, I love her site. To be able to do the video chat in her site, you do
Mhm.
want to be efficient. You do want to see the person. You want to know, is there some energy even through the screen? Do they look like themselves? Do the upfront work of getting to know somebody and sharing before you get all dolled up and drive somewhere. I just loved all the tips that you gave. So beautiful, so powerful, Jill. Anything else you wanted to add in?
Just that my site, spiritualsingles.com, just join one, you have access to all. And we don't use swiping. It's much more real and in depth. And we don't have that superficial stuff. We've been around a long time, and I have a lot of features to make it easy for you to meet somebody and easy to find someone with common interests. So it's a whole different way than the newer apps and stuff. It's definitely more in depth, and my members are fantastic. They really are conscious and they want long-term relationships. They're really high caliber. And my team behind the scenes work really hard too to keep the scammers off and keep it pure and as pure and clean as we can.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll testify to that. Like, when I was dating, I loved your site. You're right. It's not a swipe, swipe. You're reading, you're getting to know each other, you're messaging each other, you're sharing. And it's amazing, you know, that on the other sites, you'll see men just write little tiny things a lot of times, and you're like, oh, I don't know anything about him. Well,
Yeah.
on her site, you get to really have a sense of who these people are. And they share so much of their heart and their visions and their passions. And it's a beautiful site. Well, the Spiritual Singles is which is, you know, one of the ones that I was on and I've loved. Definitely check it out. And you also have a video training on pictures. Do you want to share about that real quickly?
For the gift, sure.
Yeah.
It just goes, it's a online class that I did and recorded for a live group. And so there's actually some funny parts in there that are kind of cute. And it talks about the best way to, my best tips on photos, like your profile photos for your main headshot and your additional photos. And it really goes into some good depths. There's some great pointers, and it's all free. So, and we don't even ask for your email address or anything. So just go and watch it. And if you're not a member of Spiritual Singles yet, then sign up. We'd love to have you.
And it's in the chat, so you can grab that link and watch that later, because we don't want you to leave now, but grab the link, copy it, and you can watch it later. Definitely join her site, check it out. And Jill, once again, thank you for your brilliance. I absolutely adore you, and you've added so much quality to the dating journey. Thank you so much. Let's give Jill some love in the chat box if you want to send her
Thank you,
some hearts.
Judy.
Thank you,
I
Jill.
appreciate that. Thanks, sweetheart. We'll have a wonderful summit. Looks like a good one.
It's awesome. We have so many great people, and thank you for starting us off with the dating stuff. Awesome.
All right, great. All right. Bye-bye. Have fun all.
Bye, sweetie. So yeah, I really encourage you to check out her site if you're spiritually minded, you know, or green. There's a lot there. There's some really amazing people. And the fact that you can chat on, you know, in her site, that's gold. So you don't have to give your personal information, and you can kind of test the waters, you know. I want to really reinforce the setting the intention. When I work with my clients, that's one of the first things I do if they're ready to go out there, because usually we're getting you prepared and really getting you aligned with who you are, what you want, what's most important for you to have in a relationship. Because if you don't have that set up, you could have the best dating profile ever. And who are you going to draw in? And is it going to be sustainable? I mean, that's one of the things that I support my women with, which is the upfront work before you go online or while you're online, how to write a kick-ass profile. I mean, that's one of my specialties, but you can't write a kick-ass profile really revealing who you are if you don't know who you are. So once you know who you are, and we all know who we are, like, you know what I mean? It's just getting really so honest with yourself about the second half of your life. What do you want your life to look like? And what are the most important things, the aspects that you want in a partner? And I'm not just talking about they're kind, they're loyal, you feel adored. Yes, we all want those things. What makes your life gold? I was talking to a client last night, and I do this dating lab and some other dating experiences, and you know, she had this wonderful profile, and it wasn't really sharing enough about who she was. It was like, I'm active, I'm retired. She mentioned a few things, and then there was this magnificent paragraph of her deep love for music. And she asked me, could I start with that? And I'm like, absolutely, because music is such a passion of hers. And we tweaked it so that the person reading it really got to experience who she is. And through the profile, with her writing around, wow, she loves live music. She loves to dance at concerts. And somebody who's reading her profile is going to go, oh, that's somebody I can have a lot of fun with. That's somebody I can connect with versus not my person. So you want to write a really good profile that really shares who you are. And Jill's site happens to give you a lot of leeway, some really great prompts so that you can really offer a lot of who you are in that, which of course the guys do too. So know yourself, do the inner work, dial back your inner critic, learn how amazing you are and have healthy boundaries so you can say no, and remember to be playful and trusting your gut. These are all the things that we've been talking about for the last hour and 17 minutes. And I'm going to invite you all to just take a breath with me right now. Just take a breath with me into all that you've just heard and experienced, because we're laying down a lot of stuff here. And you might be thinking, and I'm going to talk while you breathe, take a big breath. You might go, oh gosh, I don't really know how to say no, and I am afraid of rejection. Good to know. Take a breath into that knowing. I have some work to do around that for me to be able to trust my gut and allow myself to let somebody in. Or maybe you are ready to go online, but you're feeling disoriented around who are you actually aligning yourself for. These are the things that I always say is the cart, putting the cart before the horse. If you're online right away and you haven't done this inner work first, and you don't have to be perfect, you could still be online and do the dating research while you cultivate these really big muscles. I just invite you to do what you need to do to enjoy the journey, because our time on this planet is precious. And if you need support with that inner critic, dialing down the inner critic, at the end of the day, I think I'm at 5:40, so it's the last segment today, and I'm in it a few times in the next few days around what does the inner critic actually offer us? Because there's some gold there. Like, why do we have this part that sometimes sabotages the very things we want? Where is that from? Julie mentioned that before. It's like, where did we get these thoughts that we can't say no or we should be this way? I'm going to be doing a training on that later today. And again, this is all going to be recorded. So if you can't make it later or in the next couple of days, watch the recordings. So be gentle with yourself, because there's a lot of information here. And the beauty is you are here and you're going to get all these wonderful gifts. Go to the midlifeloveoutloud.com/giveaway, grab even more gifts, and just keep showing up for yourself and believing that to the best of your ability, because a lot of people don't believe it's possible after 50. I'm going to invite you to lean in as much as you can to believe that there's more love for you, more ecstasy, more pleasure, all the things that you desire in your life. So I invite you to lean into what might be there for you. What can you create for yourself so that you can have this fulfilling life? Whether you have a partner or not, this is about your life. And it starts with really being gentle with yourself and loving yourself. There's another segment tomorrow, self-love in action, that I'll be offering. So make sure you have the lineup. There's so many great people coming up. I just want to see if there's something else I wanted to share with you. Yeah, she was talking about screening. Jill was talking about screening, screening, screening. Yes, yes, yes. You don't want to waste your time spinning your wheels on the wrong person. There are certain questions, there are certain ways to navigate online dating to make it work for you. So many people, including myself, found their love of their life online. And so while I know there's some challenges with online dating, as Jill says, and she does a great job at keeping the scammers away, there's going to, we know online dating comes with some challenges. It also comes with the greatest opportunity to meet so many people. And when you know how to do it well, look out. It's not a full-time job. It's something you actually enjoy. You go on quality dates and potentially meet your aligned, amazing soulmate, like so many of my clients have. So make sure that you know what you're doing and get a kick-ass profile. And if you need support, you could always reach out to me. My website is midlifeloveoutloud.com, and you can go there and check out a lot of my content there, and continue to listen to all these amazing guests today. So the next person up at 3:30 Eastern is Dr. Gary Salyer. And we're going to take, well, I'm going to take a pee break because sometimes, someone has to go to the bathroom. So I just want to let you know that Gary is also just a phenomenal teacher, and a relationship mentor, and works a lot with the what's it called? The attachment styles. And he's going to talk about secure attachment and how to feel safe to love again. He is spectacular. He's an amazing speaker. He's another dear friend of mine. I am so thrilled that he's joining us in 8 minutes. And so with that, I invite everybody to stay. Oh, I see you there, Gary. We're going to take a few minute break and then we're going to come back and bring you on. So everybody take a breath, take some notes, grab the gifts, look at the messages so far. And we're going to be right back for the amazing Dr. Gary Salyer.
Come down, selector.
This one goes out to you and yours. Worldwide, I say, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back on around the way. Seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. But I know one thing, that I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. I've been a lot of places all around the way. I've seen a lot of joy and I've seen a lot of pain, but I don't want to write a love song for the world. I just want to write a song about a boy and a girl. Junkies on the corner always calling my name, and the kids on the corner playing ghetto games. When I saw you getting down, girl, I hope it was you. And when I look into your eyes, I knew it was true. I said, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back from around the way. It seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. But I know one thing, that I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Now I'm not a highly metaphysical man, but I know when the stars are aligned, you can bump into a person in the middle of the road, look into their eyes and you suddenly know. Rocking in the dance hall, moving with you, dancing in and out in the middle of June. My mama told me don't lose you, cause the best luck I had was you. I said, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back from around the way. It seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. But I know one thing, that I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. And I said, rocking in the dance hall, moving with you. I said, hey mama, close to you.
Rocking in the dance hall, moving with you. I said, hey papa, kick off your shoes.
Rocking in the dance hall, moving with you. I said, hey mama, close to you.
Rocking in the dance hall, moving with you.
I said, hey mama, 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 hey mama. What you gonna do? Well, my mama told me don't lose you, cause the best luck I had was you. And I know one thing, that I love you. I said, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back, come around the way. It seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. I said, hey, I'll be gone today, but I'll be back, come around the way. It seems like everywhere I go, the more I see, the less I know. But I know one thing, that I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Rocking in the dance hall, moving with you.
Hey papa.
Rocking in the dance hall, moving with you.
Come on, hey papa, kick off your shoes.
One, two, three, Yo. I wake up in the morning, it's 6 o'clock. They say there may be rain, but the sun is hot. I wish I had some time just to kill today, and I wish I had a dime for every bill I got to pay. Some days you lose, you win, and the water's as high as the time to win. So I jump back in where I learned to swim. Try to keep my head above it the best I can. That's why here I am, just waiting for this storm to pass me by. And that's the sound of sunshine coming down. And that's the sound of sunshine coming down. I saw my friend Bobby, said, what's up, man? You got a little work or 20 to lend. I opened up my hand and said, I'm glad to see they could take away my job, but not my friends, you see. And here
Hey, ladies, if you're listening to the music, it's a good opportunity to get up and dance a little bit. Take a stretch. We're going to go in a few more minutes.
of sunshine coming down. And that's the sound of sunshine coming down. Here we go. I wanna go where the summer never ends, with my guitar on the beach there with all my friends. The sun's so hot and the waves in motion, and everything
I see you,
smells
Pat.
so
Let's
good.
keep moving, Pat. Yeah.
And the girls
Taking with ya.
so kick off your shoes and relax your feet. They say that
How about you, Janet? You want to shake your booty? Look at Pat. Woo! Shake a shaker. I love it. I love it. Woo! All right. We are back. Hopefully you guys had a little bit of a break. You moved your body. Good for you, Pat. Let me stop the share. And hello, hello, hello. We are back for another round of amazing experts who love the ones that we just had. Put a yes in the chat box. We had some amazing golden nuggets that we shared, including lots of links and wonderful gifts. Some yes, Janet's in the house. Yes. Yeah, we really did have some amazing guests just now. I'm so blessed that to know these wonderful people, because these are not just wise people. These are not just skilled people. I don't invite just anybody into my world or to share just anybody. And that's kind of where I'm going right now with the next guest. My dear friend, Dr. Gary's in the house. Why don't we bring him up on the screen? Hello there. Hello there. Good to see you, mister.
Hello, Junie. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. How are you, sweetheart?
Doing good. Doing good. It's a beautiful winter day here.
It's a beautiful winter day here too. A little bit more to go. Sunshine still here. You're a little bit before me.
Yes.
And Gary just got married. Let's congratulate Gary for finding his love and having his partner and marriage and all that yumminess. So exciting, sweetheart. So exciting.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah,
Yes.
let me tell you about Gary. Aside from the fact that I think he's brilliant, he wrote the book Safe to Love Again, a great book filled with so much wisdom. He's a transformational relationship mentor. And for the last decade, Dr. Salyer has been in private practice offering singles and couples heart-centered transformation so they can rewrite the rules for love in their brains. I love that. Rewrite the rules. We have so many wonky rules in our head. Rewrite the rules for love in our brains and create a love that lasts. Who wants a love that lasts? I mean, you do all this work, you figure out who you are, you put yourself online. Do you want just a relationship, or do you want a relationship that's sustainable and heart opening? Anyway, he speaks to a national audience. He's been on my podcast, Midlife Love Out Loud. He's been featured on a variety of celebrity TV and radio shows, such as Hay House Radio. The list goes on. We want to hear what he has to say. So I'm just going to invite you to take it away, Gary. These are women, it's mixed. Some women are in couples, some women are single, some women are not even sure what they want. At the end of the day, you talk about attachment styles and feeling safe to love. What do these women, do you think, need to hear about secure love, and what is possible for them?
Okay. So it's easy when you get to be 40 or so to start overgeneralizing from your relational past. And you got to remember that, whatever your patterns have been, usually they go back to a little one or maybe an earlier relationship. And your brain took the best deal available. Maybe you learned you couldn't speak your truth. I guarantee you at some time it was, you guessed it, the best deal available. Maybe you learned if I give, then that, and at some point that made logical sense, because there's no brain that gets up at 5 or 15 or whenever it was and says, how may I screw with my master today? No brain does that. Okay. Now, what sets up these best deals? They're best then, but they're kind of limiting later on. Okay. So, by the way, Junie, how long do I have to speak? I thought your memo said 15 minutes.
Yep, 15-ish
Okay.
minutes.
If we want to reverse that, and it causes, what we get is what I call permission slips. We get rights from all of our experience. Would we have a right to reach out and have our needs met? Or do we not? Do we have a right to be a me in a really profound we? That's the little thing back here, Or do we get to be all enmeshed me, or we just could be the marble, maybe got to do it all on our own, pull myself up by those bootstraps, right? And of course, we never ask who made the boots, nevertheless, but, those sort of things. Do we have a right to create our own experience? Or do we have to lose ourselves in a relationship? Anybody lost themselves in a relationship? Yeah. Or do we have a right to assert so we have voice and choice? Anybody ever lost their voice in a relationship? All right. And and do we have a full right to love and be loved right back? Or do we sort of take the short end of the stick emotionally or sometimes even sexually, right? What's underneath our attachment style? An attachment, the way I explain it, it's the rules your brain learned about love. What's your permission slips, okay? Underneath that are these rights, and what's underneath that? Feelings, basic feelings. Now, if you're a man out there, and you're wondering what's at the bottom, feelings. It's going to be a surprise to you. I know that when I realized somewhere back around 2011 that at the bottom of attachment, it was feelings, feelings, and feelings. I looked up to the universe in that moment when I learned it was only feelings that were controlling. Yes, other things contribute. I'll grant you that. But we can tell if a baby is securely attached or not by the time they're one. There's only feelings running then. I remember looking up to the universe and saying, okay, now we know you're a woman.
Yeah.
It's feelings. What feelings? Surely not all feelings are the same. So in any securely attached person, I went back and I said, so if we know that a baby is securely attached or not by the time they're one, what's up and running? Well, it's not this part of your brain that does limiting beliefs, stories, identity, can imagine vision boards and all that stuff. This doesn't even come online till 3. The only thing way back here in what's called implicit memory, aka your amygdala, are a register of feelings, and those feelings give you the permission slips. And so I said, which feelings? Well, it's welcomed with joy. What tells that baby, and which also tells us, because this original GPS is the GPS for love in any relationship. So we got to get your north, south, east, and west right. One is just being welcomed with joy, like the way Junie greeted me. Oh, here's Dr. Gary. Or when the little, like when little babies are welcomed and they'll go, oh, there's little Valdo. We're so happy you're here. So glad. There's little Janet. So happy. There's Mar. We're happy. Right? All those, right? And who doesn't like it when you walk in the room and your partner lights up like they haven't seen you. I mean, I know one of the things that we love, we are so happy we have found each other, that my wife and I, that we wake up in the morning like two kids at Christmas at the prospect we get to see each other again. We sort of wag our tails like the dogs do when the master comes home at 5 or whatever, but that's welcome with joy. There's worthy. When a child reaches out or cries and we respond in a timely, attuned way, not forever, don't let them cry them out, but timely and attuned, then we know we have a right to reach out for our needs. We can feel worthy and nourished, feel enough. About the time a little child starts to get motion and mobility, at first, the first 6 months, they think they and mom are the same thing. But when they get that motion, they start saying, wait a minute, I'm over here. Mom's over there. I thought we were the same thing. Wait a second, and they realize they're me, but they want, they know they're a little vulnerable and they want to make sure they're being cherished and protected in a we. So this is why if you've ever had children, they're over there playing with their toys. They don't want anything to do with you. But boy, you go in for 15 seconds to get your tea, and the next thing you hear is, wow. We want to know we can be a me and come back to the supportive home in someone's heart. I call that cherished and protected. If you're a man, you might go with honored or respected, okay? But cherished. And cherished is the key word. We can look in and see the essence of another person that's unique to them, and we cherish that. So whenever I deal with singles and somebody going, I met this really fabulous woman or I met this fabulous guy, but, I don't know what, maybe I should go back and swipe left again, because there just might be, or swipe right, and I know that they may have been dating 4 months, but if they don't have that essence, if there's a fear of missing out, then I know they don't cherish an essence in that person. And that essence is, little things. I mean, I just love the way my wife laughs. Don't ask me why. I just get going like this. It's endearing as all get out. I also love her immaculate sense of integrity. That's a big thing. I also know that anything, she will have my back in a we, right? In a feminine way, but she'll have my back. The other feeling is empowered with choice. I could have called it, by the way, in the book, Safe to Love Again. That's my book back there, where I talk about this in depth. I could have called it empowered with voice as well, but I decided with choice. Well, you are able to speak your truth in a secure way, not just blowing up and snarkiness and contempt. These are, not good ways, but you speak it in a secure way. You give feedback rather than criticism. You speak your truth and you're able to have your wins. You're able to co-create with somebody. And when you add up welcomed and worthy and cherished and empowered, about age 3, the brain decides, okay, I have a full right to love and be loved back. Now, guess what? That's your original GPS. Welcomed, worthy, cherished, and empowered. So let me take a moment. Scale of 1 to 10, either if you're in a relationship or your last relationship. Scale of 1 to 10. How welcome with joy do you feel in that relationship? Scale of 1 to 10. How worthy to reach out and have your needs met do you feel? 1 to 10. How cherished and protected for that inner essence that's uniquely you? 1 to 10. And how empowered with choice and voice do you have? 1 to 10. So anything that's under, I'd say 8, certainly a 7, is a problem. That's probably what I would call a missing right, right? So if one of those is missing, then you know that relationship could use a little tweaking and a little work. But it's got some good things going for it. Two, and if you're just dating, the red flags are going up the pole. Okay, they're going up the pole. And if you're already in a relationship, you're probably thinking about, gosh, what's the name of a really good coach or a therapist to work with? And if 3 or 4 of them are missing, anything under a 7, I'd prefer 8, then you're talking a toxic relationship. So whether you're dating or you're in a new relationship or you're in a marriage or a committed partnership, you are tracking the feelings of welcome, worthy, cherished, and empowered. If those are running and you've got a little compatibility and sexual chemistry, pretty good chance this has got some validity to this relationship, got some potential. And if they are missing, then you need to address the feelings. And this is about tracking them in a relationship. I remember once about 4 years ago, she came over and, I was forgetting that I wasn't a freshman in college and I was blasting the Doobie Brothers on my speakers, my really nice big speakers over here that you can't see. And I did not hear the little knock on the door. And when I hear it, I'm going, oh my God, she's here. She's always time, right? And I walked to the door and I opened it. And it's not like I couldn't read the look on her face. She's Latina. I mean, she's real easy to read on that. And I said, I bet you didn't feel very welcome with joy, did you? Because I'm late opening the door. She goes, I didn't, and I listened to that feeling. I tracked it and I just came up. Now that's called a repair, right? What really makes relationships viable and secure, you are tracking the feelings, you're noticing the physiology of the face, from the head goes back to the eyes, and you are making repairs in little microseconds. Like I call it the 6-second moment. And you just kind of notice, well, gosh, that kind of went off a little bit. And you've noticed the positives and the negatives, right? I remember, just a couple of months ago, I was almost late for a podcast, and she goes, "Your hair." So I go, "No, I don't have time for that. My hair at the moment. I got to get to this podcast." And she grabs me and puts it down. She goes, "You're not going up with Caesar hair." Now when I got out of it, I thought I had a little bit of it was a little harshness to the tone because I was in a book. And I said, I think I could have said that a little easier. And she goes, "Oh, I knew she goes, I thought to myself, he's barking." Now that's positive sentiment override if you want to know what it is, because I've got enough for feelings in the bank account that she can realize when I'm having a bad moment. But I come back and address it. If you want to know what's at the basis of secure attachment, it's these 4 feelings: welcomed, worthy, cherished, and empowered. You choose on the basis. If you're 5, 6, 7 dates and they have asked you to go to sushi and you've told them you're allergic to sushi for the 3rd time, that's terrible sense of worthiness. If they are not truly seeing you and interested in you, how seen can you be? How cherished and protected? Is there a we? By the way, in every great couple, there is a we. You have a we-ometer. If after a
A
while you're not
weometer. I love that. Sorry.
we-ometer. Exactly. You got a we-ometer. And if it's way over here, almost on empty, no, but you need a full, because every couple that I've ever dealt with, no exceptions, this feeling of we-ness is one or both not there. Some of these other feelings may or may not be present, but this one, the feeling of cherish and protect and the we, it is always at the middle. So my real client working with couples, even if they're not married, is, you guessed it, creating a we by forging a beautiful safety net of the 4 feelings underneath. When you feel these 4 feelings, you feel safe and loved. Show me somebody that doesn't have these 4 feelings, and I'll show you a place where they don't feel totally safe and loved. So when you're choosing 4 feelings, when you're deciding to get in the commitment stage, you're tracking them 4 feelings. When
Tell
you
us again what those 4 feelings are again slowly. And MJ, capture them and put them in the chat box. Brilliant.
welcome with joy, worthy and nourished, like your cells feel nourished,
Yeah.
cherished and protected.
Yeah.
It's got your back, and empowered with choice.
Yep.
Those are the four.
Empowered with choice. Beautiful.
And when if you're in a marriage, I guarantee you, sit down, have a check-in, and say, on these four feelings, how are we doing?
Yep.
And I'll guarantee you, and then you say, okay, what gave you the feeling? And, I didn't feel very worthy this week. What happened, hon? Well, every night you come in and you spend a half hour on your phone. And even when I was trying to tell you my mother had cancer, you were too interested in your phone. Not worthy, not cherished.
Yeah.
So this is the simple, if a child can know secure attachment, so can you. This is your true GPS. And we can get into all sorts of other things, love maps and all those other things. I love Gary Chapman, but the real core is four feelings that create a bubble of we-ness, and that is secure attachment. That's the skinny. That's
the skinny.
Would explain more of it, but that's your bottom line. Pick, choose, create, repair, and maintain based on these.
Beautiful. Wow, you nailed it. Perfect. Tell us about the gift that you're offering to our amazing people that are watching.
Now that we've got the link right, when Junie and I had to make a little repair, I gave her the wrong
All
link.
good. All good.
And she was truly gave me worthy and nourished back, because she went back and changed it, because she's got a secure love style. And by the way, if you don't have a secure love style, you can reclaim these feelings. You just have somebody who knows how to do it. So just don't lose hope. It's there. The free gift is my guide to spotting the emotionally unavailable man. Now, I know I've seen some men out here. If you read it, you will definitely see the same thing applies to men and women. Okay. And it's a video series so that you can see when somebody is emotionally unavailable. By the way, if they're unavailable, how good do you think they're going to be at giving and receiving these four feelings?
So true.
It's not just giving them. They've got to be able to receive them. There are lots of people that want to go it alone and can't receive, cherished, and protected.
Yeah, so true.
The overgiver, the anxious overgiver, doesn't want to be given to because it messes with their game. So this is the foundation. It's a way of backdooring my four feelings, but it's my guide to how to spot an emotionally unavailable mate.
Yeah, and I'm gonna pop in here because funny enough, I don't think this is the right link. I think this is the original link. So they're going to be going to the other link. I just want to tell my team, MJ, if I'll just post it in a moment because we have a little wiggle room here.
GarySawyer.com/available. That's the link.
What's the /?
It will have at the end, it has the word available on it.
Okay, so you have the love guide, but now you have the available. You're going to have two potential gifts from Gary because we didn't update the spreadsheet. We have to move on, but I just have to just underline how the numbers that you said and those four feelings and the we-ness, to be able to really know that you are being met in that way. If you're not feeling that soon out the gate when you're dating or in a relationship, if you're not feeling cherished, look, it takes some time for people to get to know you. But at the end of the day, you could spot these things right away. Are you able to really show up? Are you able to feel being taken care of, the nourished and worthy, all these things? And also, I want to underline the repair that Gary mentioned, because we're not perfect. Things happen. Not being defensive about when things do go sideways, like, oh my God, Gary, you're playing the music so loud, blah, 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 blah. For him to be able to be emotionally secure and healthy and grounded, to be able to go, oh yeah, I forgot I wasn't in college. I have a wife now, and how to bounce back. It's not perfect, but it is that holding of the we-ness and doing the inner work to get there. Gary's an amazing coach. His book is amazing. Grab his gift. Any final words? Because we definitely need to move on, but anything else you want to share, Gary, before we shift?
Well, two things. It's not rocket science. WWCE is your acronym. It sounds like a wrestling rap match, but it's not rocket. Welcome, worthy, cherished, and power. You feel it or you don't.
WWCE. I love it.
Yes, And the other thing here is, there's a crisis of unworthiness, not enoughness in this company, especially with internet dating. Do you know Pilates and everything else, whatever? You were born worthy. You were born to feel empowered, cherished, and welcome. You had to be taught otherwise. This is your birthright. And your brain knows this is the original. And if we can just find the flavor of safety your brain needed when it took it off, you can put it back. So this is all doable change.
It's
And
all in
just
you.
remember, you were born worthy. Don't
Yeah,
let
thank
anybody
you.
teachings afterwards tell you can't have it, because you do. It's yours.
Thank you,
It's your
Gary.
right. And so was Empowered and all the others.
It is your right. Everybody take a breath into that. It is your right. It lives within you, and you've picked up some messages and some stuff along the way that might have you feeling like you're not worthy, or that there's something wrong with you, or how can you, or whatever the stuff is that you picked up. At the core, it is in you, and it is your right to, and you deserve all of it. So, thank you, Gary. Thank you for being here. I adore you. We will catch up really soon, I hope.
Thank you, Junie, and thank you, everyone who listened. It's been an honor. My
Be
heart.
well, mister.
Bye-bye.
Be well. Before I bring up my next guest, I really want to just take a moment and just highlight something I think that's so important, which is all of us would love a magic wand for our hurt and our pain and sometimes our past challenges to disappear. I know many times I wish I could just go poof and it just be gone. And I invite you all to just be really gentle and have compassion for yourself and your journey, because everything that you've experienced has brought you to this point in your life. And some of the things you can look back at and you can rake yourself over the coals and think, oh, what was I thinking? I was such an idiot. Like, that's the inner critic stuff that I'm going to be sharing about and how to dial that back later. At the end of the day, this is what Gary talked about, that old brain. And that amygdala is working to try to keep you safe so that you survive. It's not about thriving, it's about surviving. And that's our human kind of being, our level of being. With that said, to be to honor your past. There's a saying, the past without emotion is wisdom. So when you can look to your past and disconnect from it, let it go, and learn from it and bring those lessons to this point in your life, anything is possible. And trust me when I say my journey and my clients' journeys, from horrible relationships to walking on eggshells to losing my voice, being overweight, all of that stuff, thinking I didn't deserve, micromanaging everything, to having the life that I have now, and now being able to help clients do that too. It is not only possible, it is there for you. It's there for you. And the first thing to do is to take a step to acknowledge that you desire it. Maybe you don't necessarily believe it's possible just yet, but even if there's that little glimmer of hope, even if there's that little bit of desire, lean into that and know that maybe some of the old programming is kind of running you right now, having you think something's wrong with you, or as I say, a big case of not good enoughitis. So all of these experts are bringing golden nuggets to the table, and our next guest is another one of those amazing experts. We have Janet Farnsworth in the house. I
Hello!
love you.
Yay!
Oh, honey.
So
We
good to
we
see you.
audio text. We text each other. We're like, let's get together. I stayed at her place in Maui. This is my dear, dear sister. And holy moly,
Mm.
hold on, because you're in for a ride, because this woman has got it going on. So let me tell you
Okay.
about her. We're going to go in
Woo!
a little different direction, because we've been doing a lot of the inner work stuff today so far. How to love ourselves, how to say no, how to not people please, how to have secure relationships, and hot dating strategies. So that's where we're just coming from, just so you know, Janet.
I've been watching. It's been fabulous.
Aw, so glad to have you here, and be really great to like find where you are. I just had you. Where did you go? Where did you go? I just had your bio. Oh, wait, right. No, it's not here. All these
I could just
papers.
make it up.
Um, well, you could. My perfectionistic part is going, where is it? Give me a moment. And ta-da! You look gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. So do you. So do we all, as we will explore, but please, you have the floor.
Body confidence and intimacy coach. Anybody here sometimes struggle with body consciousness and love of your body? And yeah, okay. It's a thing in our culture. And yeah, this is the woman who's going to open your eyes and support you here. She's a body empowerment and intimacy coach, is the founder of Ready for Intimacy. Because frankly, ladies, if you're not feeling comfortable in your body, how can you open and enjoy intimacy? Think about that. Founder of Ready for Intimacy, a groundbreaking movement-based spiritual transformation system to help women feel confident in their bodies so they can enjoy passionate, connected, and soul-satisfying intimacy with a partner, without. I'm adding that in. Janet is also the two-time best-selling author of Love Your Body, the guide to stop making your body a battleground, and your body is your superpower. So without further ado, take it away, sister. What can you share with us here about body positivity?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the first thing I got to say is I think that this is very much on the continuum of everything that you've already been exploring in terms of shifting the relationship with ourselves and figuring out how to manifest that in our lives and in our relationships. Because what I am here to represent is that your body, exactly the way that it is, exactly the size, exactly the age, exactly the condition, the weight, all of it is actually a system of brilliance that is going to continue to let you heal if you let it, and to manifest pleasure and joy in your life. It is my goal in the next 14 minutes to convince you that those stories that you have about your cellulite or your crepey skin, or we could go down that path, because I have to ask all of you right now, if I were to ask you what's one thing you would change about your body, would you say something, right? So we're all probably in some kind of relationship with our body that is antagonistic. But by the end of these 14 minutes or 13 and a half minutes, I want you to consider that actually your body is your best friend. Okay, first, here's what we're going to do. I want to invite you, take a moment, lean back either figuratively or just in your chair. And for a moment, imagine that you've just arrived in your body for the first time. The same way you just came to a new city or a new country and you'd never been there before, and everything is interesting and important. So can you notice your heartbeat? Can you notice body temperature? Maybe something of what you ate or a muscle. Just take a moment and notice that. Pause. Now, take a nice deep breath. Breathe down into the body, expand wherever it feels comfortable, and then exhale. Now reach your arms out to the side. Stretch, imagine that you want to press the sides of the wall away from each other, like you're one of those, superheroes, and you're keeping the wall apart from moving. And so you actually not only feel it in your hands, but your forearms, and even your armpits, and press, 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 press. Keep that action going on, and now lift your arms up overhead, all of that activity, and then see if you can reach your right hand a little higher and then your left hand a little higher. So you've got more space in your spine, more space along the sides of your body, and then go as high as you can, like you're 5 years old and you're hanging out at the jungle gym, and you're looking down and your whole body is stretching and extending. Now keep that sensation in your body, and then let your arms just open up like wings, really soft. And then finally just land. Beautiful. Hey, Jacqueline, thank you. And then let your hands just rest on your lap. Now, lean back. Start again. All that I'm curious about is noticing, has anything different in your body? Has your heart rate changed? Can you feel a muscle you didn't before? I'd be really genuinely interested. If you feel anything different, just put yes in the chat. And if you don't, I'm interested too. But did you feel a change in your body? Did you feel a change, Junie?
I did. Yeah. I feel more tingly.
Okay. So let's put a pin in that, because what I want you to know is that your body is dynamic. Your body is capable of changing every moment. And in fact, it does, which is what I'm going to get to. We are trapped in an old construct that our bodies are an appearance, that our bodies are what they look like, and that is a measure of who we are. Today, I want to invite you to unplug from that thinking and into what is actually the experience of your body, which is the experience of yourself, right? Because you don't get to be here without a body. Now, here's how we get off that bandwagon. And I'm going to do it. If I were with you in person, I usually do it more dramatically, but let's see if this works on Zoom. So if I stand up and I come back, do you start to tell stories, or do you start to look at my body in any way? It's either to say, damn, I wish I could, or shit, I'm glad I'm not like that, right? And what I like to do, and this is unfortunately because we can't always do it on this camera, I want to get close and I want to show you what I can't show you because I probably would be banned by Junie. But I want you to know that if I get close, you can see this crepey skin all over my body. I got it under my arms, I have it under my knees, and every time I go to yoga, I'm like, oh my God, I have it more. Now, when you see that, does it shift either your perception of me or shift then how you feel about yourself? Because this is what we do, and especially what we do as women, is we define our own bodies by the bodies that we see and that we're comparing to. Now, the science of that, which is why I love that I'm actually following, this is all still brain stuff, actually. 90% of what your brain is processing in any moment is visual. We are biologically wired to orient to our world through our eyes. Makes sense that when we were out in the jungle and we saw the tiger and we reacted, we lived longer than if we waited until we smelled the tiger. We have a highly developed sense of sight. That's one biological fact. Here's another incredibly important piece about the science of self-perception. And that is, you are not born thinking you're fat. You're not born thinking you're pretty. You're not born thinking you're smart, you're a good cook, or you're funny. In fact, self-perception is formed based on other people. Meaning, you cook a great meal and people go, oh my God, that's so good. And now you're a good cook. Or you test well on that test compared to the mean and you think, oh, I'm smart. Well, you look around and you see what's pretty or what's not pretty or what's sexy or what's desirable or what we're told is. And then that becomes the measure of ourselves combined with how we look. Okay, there's a third piece of this. So first, just pause and reflect on that. That your experience of what you think your body looks like is based on what other bodies look like. So we're stuck. We're stuck because we're wired. Now, evolutionary biologically, I've got good news. The other thing that's evolved since we were out there in the jungle looking out for the tiger is our sense of consciousness, and everything that you've been talking about today, and Junie, what you're saying you're going to be doing in terms of how you navigate that inner self-critic, right? Is that we actually get to choose how we interact with ourselves. Okay, so consciousness and choice is also an evolutionary feature of you right now. But good news, you don't have to be ready to actually make the choice because your body is. I got to put a little plug in because my work and what I've done for most of my life, as well as my own experience, is that the body also has negative experiences or even trauma. And what we know is that your biology stores that trauma. We know this from epigenetics and the brain. We know that it's not just that my experience of my body is I'm fat, or when I look at my crepey skin, I have that trigger of, oh God, it means I'm not worthy. I also have an experience of my body that I've born and that I've experienced because of what's happened to it or what its experience has been. That's real. I'm a childhood sexual assault survivor. I hated my body, not only because as I got older, it was aging, but because of what I had experienced in it. Shame, and this is something that, because we only have what is 8 minutes, I can't go into it. But what I want you to know is that shame is a hiding place for trauma. We know this biologically, that there's a whole conversation to have about your experience or our experiences of shame as it relates to trauma. Okay, so I'm putting a pin on that, and I just want to take you along today in this briefer in the exploration. Hi, take a breath. Take a breath. That inasmuch as your body stores past experience, present experience can change your body. Your body is dynamic. Your body is always changing. This is a medical fact. And in fact, what we know from the law of physics is no thing is fixed. The only constant in the world is change. So good news. You may have an experience of your body that has either been trained into the brain, which I'm about to get into, or actually stored in the somatic experience of your body. Your body knows how to change it. And this is where I want to shift into the brain. Your brain, as you've been exploring, even just recently with Dr. Gary, your brain is wired to keep you alive, right? There's your survival mechanism in your physical biology, in your body. The brain is 24/7 scanning to make sure that you stay alive. Now shift for a moment out of thinking about that as a reflection of it creates habits and grooves. I want you just to shift now into the raw biology of it. It's not about what you're thinking. It's about right now, the body that you are sitting in, the body that had whatever feelings it had when we first sat down, or the body that felt what it did when it stretched. That your actual physical body right now is actively working to keep you well. Here's what's super cool about that. That amygdala that you explored and that you were describing, that part of the brain that's below the frontal cortex, the amygdala, that is also the brain stem, guess where that connects to your entire body. So what your body and that part of your brain that is actually shepherding feeling and survival, because it is a gut feeling, right? That sense of wanting to survive. It is, okay, I skipped ahead in my head. I got to pause for a second. Because that's the thing. Let me just shift there and say, when we think about things, it doesn't serve us. What I'm here to invite for you to recognize is that your body is wired in a way that actually keeps you moving forward. The day before you die, there is more happening right in your body than not. I mean, literally, think about that. This is not about being in the thoughts. It's not about telling yourself you have to love yourself. It's actually about being able to be in the experience of your body. And this is where I want to really end with. Your brain, while it's wired to keep you alive, is also wired actually to know how to have pleasure. Your body is wired to know how to have pleasure. And it does not need to be the thing that we think of as sex. It can be what I'm going to invite you to do in a moment, something that has nothing that we would think of as sex. But rather, there's a hormonal system connected back there, serotonin, the endorphins, dopamine, that we actually know, by the way, increase your immune function, actually decrease the risk of heart disease, actually helps you bear physical pain, which is why one of my favorite, and I believe she's coming here, Sherry Winston, who was a doula and a midwife, who actually said, wait a second, there's something about this birth experience that has something to do with orgasm and what we think of as sex. It's like, what? Yeah, that pleasure in your body actually reduces the experience of pain. Okay. And also, of course, improves mood, which then completes the whole cycle, keeps going, which makes you probably more able to have really good relationships, is when you let yourself feel good. Okay, so I would be interested just right now, take a moment. I got to see how much more time do
I
we
was just
have.
going to say you have 1 minute left.
Okay, I want you to think about something that makes you feel good, or just come with me. Remember when you were in 3rd grade? You ever do that when you would take your finger and you would stroke just the inside of your elbow? I want you just to do that. Or if there's something that you know, massage, just literally massage your scalp, massage your shoulders. Find one thing that physically gives you a feeling of pleasure. And I would stay here with you for another 15 minutes because, of course, there are things that block us from that. There are stories that we have. It's a great, complex, beautiful maze of ourselves. But that's where I want you to be able to know you can go without having to figure it out, that your body actually has the answer to how to feel good.
Mm, I love that. That's a beautiful way to complete that your body has the answer, body wisdom. And there's a lot of things that get in the way. And I know that's your work, is helping people really tune in and allow themselves to have that pleasure. Do you want to tell them about your gift?
Well, yes, today, this marvelous giveaway, I'm offering my ebook, Goodbye Body Shame, Hello Soulful Intimacy, which is a deeper exploration of just these principles. And I would love it if you read that and stay in touch. And I've got some other good, yummy events coming up that are free, that are about undoing the stories that we have so we can actually have pleasure in our lives.
And pleasure is another birthright, and our bodies have been given to us to have pleasure. We posted it in the chat box there. Janet is doing such magnificent work. She walks her talk. And again, grateful to have her as my friend. And I encourage you to grab her gift and follow her. Sadly, it is an epidemic in our culture. That's why I did the movie that I did about body image and body shame. And that's where she and I have connected in a lot of ways as well. And I have a deep bow to your work, for any of you that are in desire of breaking free of some of that shameful stuff that limits what is possible for you in pleasure and intimacy with yourself and others. Janet, thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
Love you, sweetie. Thank you so much for what you do. And thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, I'll send her some love. You got a mahalo. So there's obviously somebody that knows where you're at. Our Maui chick. Thanks so much, Janet. Be well. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. Enjoy all the goodness that's here.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to bring on our next guest in a moment. I know we're a little bit over time, just a couple of minutes, but we'll get you right in here, Jack. I just want to just say, like, how amazing are these people, and that their lives brought them to this place to be able to give you the wisdom that they've acquired. This is something that Janet, as she shares her belly, she's had the struggle with, you know um, and I remember, and I'm sure she's good with this because she actually asked that prompt, like, what do you think when you see her? Well, I didn't notice her belly. I just was like, oh man, I wish I was tall and thin like her, like, boom, compare and despair, boom, compare and despair. What did that do but take me out of my own experience, take me away from the love of myself, and have a less than experience with my own body. I caught it, I noticed it, and that's the thing. We want to keep noticing, where do we block ourselves? Where do we tell ourselves something is not okay with how we are, or we should look a different way, be a different way, act a different way? So, what my hope is for you as we continue to bring on all these amazing guests is that you continue to go, this is something I can lean into more. I do have a challenge here. Oh, what might it be like if I can truly love my body and relax in this way, a whole new way? I invite you to be curious, and I love that word curiosity. I share that with my clients all the time, because when we could be in that place of curiosity of, what does this mean? Why did I feel that way? Why did I think that? Why am I thinking that about the other person? It opens you up into exploration versus just reaction. And if you have a reaction, to actually take a breath into that and go, I'm in reaction. I'm feeling constricted. What's that about? So be gentle with yourself. That's like my biggest thing. Love yourself, be gentle with yourself, and just keep noticing as you hear from these amazing guests about what they have to offer. Because there's a lot of wisdom here, including the Jacqueline Perez. Let's bring her to the stage. I love saying that. Come to the stage. Hey, do you want me to call you Jacqueline or Jack? I usually call you Jack, but I'm seeing Jacqueline.
You can call me whatever you want. Just, yeah, Jacqueline, Jack, whatever comes out.
There you go. So good to see you. So good
Oh,
to
it's
have
so,
you here.
thank you. It is good to be here. I have to say, I have been looking forward to this for a week, so I'm pretty excited. Yeah.
Yay. Yay. Well, I'm thrilled that you're part of this. And I just wanted to just do another shout out for the Magnetize Your Midlife Love giveaway. So many other guests. Not all of them are highlighted in the live stream. There's lots of goodies there. And with that said, Jack is in the house. Let me tell you a little bit about this amazing woman. She is a mover and shaker in a very different way. I love what you bring to the table. It's a different voice, it's a different message. It's so important. And frankly, I don't know anybody else that's come on my podcast and that I've spoken to that has brought this piece into this whole realm of love and relationships. So, and the second half of life more than anything. So she is a pro-aging champion. Who wouldn't want that, right? And founder of Cool Life, Kuel, Cool Life. She promotes normalizing aging for women through curated content and women-driven brands. With over 65 global expert thought leaders, Cool Life offers women an opportunity to share, learn, shop, and play with our second act sisters. Having earned an MBA from the University of Chicago, Jack carries a hard-nosed business understanding of the entrepreneurial world, and her passions include writing, poetry, travel. The list goes on. I'm just going to stop there because we want to hear what normalizing aging, being a pro-aging champion, what do these women need to hear from you? So let's start with what is normalizing aging? Like, what is that? I love that.
I know it's kind of a crazy term, isn't it? You hear a lot about normalizing things, right? And what I discovered, and I know I have to talk fast because I don't have much time, and it's a good thing I'm a quick talker. Um, so what I noticed when I hit that menopause stage, and that was in my early 50s, is that I felt like I was starting to disappear. I had so many crazy symptoms, Junie. So many. I had like the weight gained. I weighed what I weighed when I delivered my son. So forget the crepey skin that Janet was sharing. I had so much back fat. I was like one of those Shar-Pei puppies. You could pick me up by my back. So cute on a puppy, not so good. Not so cute on me.
Oh my God. You're so cute.
And if that had been the worst of it, right? But there was brain fog there. I couldn't regulate my emotions. The terrible version of myself. Forget about wanting intimacy. I didn't even want to talk to anybody or, parent or anything. And what I realized was, well, if I'm feeling this way, I can't be that special or unique. That must mean that there's a ton of us out there. And I'm one of those people who believes that information is power. I went out and looked at everything. I mean, of course, the internet, right? And this was what, 8 years ago? We have come a long way, ladies. Let me let you know that, okay? Because I know we're still frustrated. I know we're still way behind the rest of the gender, the other gender as far as medical attention and all of that good stuff. But holy cow, we now talk about menopause. We now see ads on the television for HRT products that you could purchase over the counter or talk to your doctor about. And so what I mean by normalizing aging is the information, talking about it, making it a known quantity. And how I approached this endeavor, Junie, was to go out and find the experts. What you've done here in this today and tomorrow and the day after, gathering all of these amazing women together to bring their expertise. It's what I've done with Cool Life. As a matter of fact, I'm hoping some of these women want to consider Cool Life as an extended, an extended part of their journey, because I think it's important for women to be able to know they're not alone and that what's happening to them is not bizarre or weird. And here's I love to use this example about what I mean about normalizing aging. Your kid, you had a kid, whether you wanted it or not, you had one. And by this time, he or she is probably moving away or on their way out. There are women out there who cannot wait, have the passport in hand, shove the kid out the door, hop on the airplane. There are women out there who go home, grab the pillow, smell, cry. You know what? That same woman could do both, depending on the day, right? I want that to be normal. I don't want women to feel ashamed or embarrassed. I got hit with my empty nest in a way that I did not anticipate, June. I thought I was going to be the woman with the passport. And I was that woman. But over time, I began to feel a loss of identity. I was a little lost. I forgot. I like to say I forgot who I was. I forgot who I was because I wasn't actively parenting. I wasn't actively mothering. I did what I was supposed to do and I made myself irrelevant, right? Isn't that our job as a mom, to make yourself irrelevant? Ouchie, that hurts actually. It doesn't feel so good. And I really struggled. And over the last couple of years, went into a mild depression that I had a hard time identifying. I went through all of these iterations of what could it be? Could it be my hormones aren't in balance? Right? Because you go through the list because there's so many things that could be causing these problems. And it dawned on me finally after I don't know if you know this, but I just became a published author today, actually. My book came out today on Amazon. And
Congratulations. Let's give her some love in the chat box. That's amazing.
yeah,
Wow.
and
And here
well,
you are. Thank you.
yeah, it's been a crazy day. It's been a crazy day, but I'm really happy to be here. And the book that I wrote actually it helped me process and heal. It was part of my healing journey. And it's called Metamorphosis in Stanzas. I chose poetry, which is kind of crazy because poetry, everyone will tell you, poetry it's not an easy sell. Not everyone loves poetry. It's not huge commercial success. I'm like, hold my beer. I'll show you. I'm going to make poetry. I'm bringing poetry in. I am. And this book, I deal with so many of the facets of midlife. I address what it's like to be the mother of an adult child and having to keep your mouth closed and letting them make mistakes. I deal with the loss of long-term relationships. I had a woman in my life for a very, very long time, and we decided that we were better off not being so close right now. And that was really painful. The thing is, like, we're not done. Just because you're 50, 60, or 70, you don't get to check a box off and say, okay, I'm cooked. I'm ready to go. I can just simmer till the end. It doesn't work that way. It really doesn't. And it was interesting to hear Janet talk about body issues and body dynamic and how I want to tell everyone here, I want everyone to feel what I feel right now at 60. I'm in love with my body for the first time ever. For the first time ever. Yes, I have crepey skin, people. I'm 60. And my breasts look like little stockings that you hang up for Santa, but he didn't put anything in them. You know, that's what happens. But I am healthy. I have energy. I work on my muscle mass. I lift heavy. I lift really heavy. If you're going to do anything to maintain your health, that's the thing to do. Stop running on that treadmill for hours. Stop, whatever it is, biking for hours. Start lifting and throwing around some heavy stuff. That's what's going to help with the longevity and the health. But I was really glad to let go of some of my trappings about my body image. And I know this is probably not what you expected, but I would like to share a poem about body image. Are you open to that, Junie?
Why not? Sounds good, sister.
Okay,
Loving it. And congratulations. So excited for you.
thank you. This one is called Unleafing the Past. In a world that worshipped slender frames, Twiggy's waifish grace, her delicate flames, I stood apart, though silently resigned to feast on leaves from my behind. Watch your weight, the whispers cooed, a lifetime served in bowls of food. The salad, harmless in its art, yet weighed so heavily on my heart. For every bite was laced with guilt, a quiet penance fortress built. To chase a form not mine to hold, a dream of thin, elusive, cold. A thousand leaves consumed in vain, I ponder now through age and pain. At 60 years, I stand anew, no longer bound by what I chew. The salad, once a faithful friend, now signals something I transcend. No more the hunger for perfection's plea, but a fuller, truer love of me.
Oh my gosh, that's so beautiful.
I want women to hear that and really have them feel that. Don't eat more salads unless you want to. I found myself kind of being like, I don't want any more salads because it was a message to me. I ate so many iceberg pieces of lettuce with lemon squeezed on top. What the heck? For what? What were we chasing, ladies? What? So I love this. Embrace who you are. Stay healthy, though. You have to stay healthy because honestly, if we don't keep that, we don't have time for anything else. And the best way to stay physically healthy is to move heavy, heavy weights around. Of course, you have to eat the whole. I'm not even going to tell you that stuff because that the water, all that stuff. I mean, that's table stakes. But I don't think women realize, especially as they get older, the importance of heavy weightlifting because we weren't brought up, especially at our age, we weren't brought up to think we want big muscles. We were brought up to be delicate, be gentle, be feminine. And for whatever reason, we were told that feminine did not mean big muscles. Well, guess what, ladies? You can be feminine and have big muscles. So I think that's the thing that I want to share with your audience the most is take care of the body that you walk around in, because the second that is not there for you, you're in big trouble. You can't work on the other stuff.
Yeah, without our health, there's nothing. And I love that you're bringing the message to love your body and that our bodies are different. They're different. Postmenopausal, it's different. And thankfully, there is more information out there. We have come a long way and we have a long way to go. Lifting those heavy muscles, upping our protein.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear you
Yeah.
with the salads. I get it.
Stop with the salads.
We need to eat, ladies. We need to eat.
Yes. Eat protein and lift heavy. And listen, if I can love my body with the 2 little empty socks that Santa's not going to fill,
I love
you
that.
know?
Yeah, it's there you go. And you with the empty socks, me with some other things, we all have the proof that we've had a life, right?
Yeah.
And can we bless it? And and your whole message of normalizing aging, like this is normal. We are not meant to look a certain way because other people look a certain way. These are our beautiful vehicles to have our life. Let us love our journey and take great care. Tell us a little bit more about your book. So you said it's poems. Is it all about normalizing age?
It is. It's about the metamorphosis of going through midlife.
Love
So
it.
it deals with, the loss of love. It deals with the loss of professional the disappointments we sometimes face. It deals with parenting adult children. It deals with losing your lifelong pet. I lost my 18-and-a-half-year-old. So at our age, we're starting to go through a lot of grief and loss.
Yeah.
And I kind of look at this book as a companion piece, but that is not what the giveaway is. The giveaway is about health. Because I really want to push the health. I really want the
Please.
women to be able to stay as healthy as possible so that they can work on all this other stuff. Then you can
Absolutely.
have the luxury to figure out how to pleasure your body. But if you're sick, you're not going to be thinking about pleasuring your body or looking in the mirror and seeing the crepey skin. You're not. And so the free book that you can get through your giveaway, I co-wrote it with a 35-year plus pharmacist, Lisa King. There's so many amazing, hard-hitting, wonderful things in this book about like what supplements one should look at and consider. How, like, what if you're not in menopause yet, then this is even better, because there are things that she writes about, that we both write about, of things that we wish we knew before we got here.
Absolutely.
That chapter alone is worth getting the book if you haven't gotten yet to menopause. But it's also good because if you're already in menopause or past menopause, you can always tweak things. Janet was saying your body is constantly changing and redefining itself. And so we can affect change at any time. It is not too late. It doesn't matter how old you are.
Yeah.
Download that free guide and at least go through it, because it's a good thing for you to take notes. And maybe the next time you go to your doctor, you can start asking that person a little bit tougher questions about how they might be able to serve you better.
Absolutely. And I think it's so important, wherever you are in the menopausal journey, the aging journey, to, again, like I used the word before, stay curious, be open, because there is a lot of information out there. We've been taught that HRT is a dangerous, bad thing. It might be the perfect thing for you. I know that the testing, the information, there's been such a big disservice to women in so many ways. That's another whole topic for another day.
It's fine. It has been the history of humanity, right? It has since the dawn of time.
Yeah.
Since the dawn of time.
We're
But
taking
it's
the power back.
changing.
We're taking the power back. We're
we
learning
are.
information. We are so lucky to have
Yes.
access to information. And her ebook is going to give you a lot of information, as well as just a lot of golden nuggets about loving where you're at and normalizing this stage of life. And yeah, amazing stuff. MJ, do you have the link? Definitely put it in the chat box. She's part of our giveaway. Yeah, there it is.
I also found it, so I put it on there as well. I don't know.
All good. We have it. It's all good.
Either way. Oh, you guys have a much nicer link. Oh, maybe you should delete mine.
I don't even see yours, so
I wasn't
all
sure
good.
you had it.
It's all good. It's all good. So definitely grab it. You could see that she's come a long way with her own journey, loving herself. I love how you share about your boobs. I always say, it's one of the things I say, it's not about our sagging boobs. It's about loving all of who we are. We are so much more than our sagging boobs. It's something I say often. And yet we have been indoctrinated to think that something's wrong with us because we don't have the perky, or we don't have the youth, or whatever it is. We are
No, but they
goals.
did their job. They fed my baby and made him fat and healthy for 14 months, that baby. So that's what they're for. I mean, no, we can do other things with them. I like other things with them as well. Let's not, but
We have choices.
but they functioned really well given what they were supposed to do. I'm pretty proud of them. I just,
So
they're
grab
tired.
her ebook. Let us love ourselves, love our journey. We have a lot more to go in our life. So let's make it the best and the healthiest, so we can really enjoy the whole package. Thank you, Jack. Good to see you, sister. It's been a while. I'm so glad you were able to come on this magnificent day of celebrating your book. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Junie. I love hanging out with you. So
we will talk soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Wow. Do you feel a little better about your boobs? whatever, wherever they are, up or down or sideways, you know. May we love all of who we are. And again, we've been told all these different things from our culture, and we see it all the time, especially now with social media. It's in our face on a regular basis. So we are kind of swimming upstream, and there are powerful women like Jack that remind us, and Janet that remind us that we can have a very different experience with our body. And like I said, what's between your ears is going to affect you. And we'll be talking about taming that inner critic in a little bit. But now I want to invite Ariane Thomas to the stage. Come on, Ariane. Good to have you here. Am I saying your name right, Ariane? We've only met a couple of times. I want to make sure that I have it right. Am I doing it right?
You
All
are.
right. Cool,
What a
cool.
time. Yes,
I'm
great.
so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. We're like 2 or 3 minutes running late, but 2 or 3 minutes, I'm pretty darn proud of myself.
I think that's fabulous.
And all
Yeah.
of our presenters have been really mindful of the time. And with that said, there's a lot that you want to share. Let me just let them know who you are. So one thing I will say about Ariane is we went in with relationships and dating and people pleasing. Then we went into the body realm. Well, we're going to shift gears now. And this is so special, so different. I'm so thrilled that you're bringing this message here. She is the owner and founder of Ancestral Lineage Clearing. She is the author, international healer, speaker, teacher, ceremonialist, transformational coach, and an Akashic record reader. She is dedicated to helping others clear intergenerational family burdens and find success, health, happiness, and love. And she carries the profound, subtle energy of an elder, advisor, and wisdom carrier. She is part Cherokee by heritage, and her primary practice is ancestral lineage clearing and shamanic journeying. So much there. I mean, I would want to like unpack almost every aspect of your bio, but let's just let's just dive in, and let's just maybe start with how your heritage affect, our heritage, what our lineage is, what we bring to the table affects our love and relationships now. Is that a good place to start?
That's a great place to start.
Well,
We often think of what we inherit from our ancestors as being our hair color, how tall we are, what our belief systems are. But it's so much more, because through our DNA, we also inherit memories and traumas of our ancestors. And this affects our love and relationships, right? Most of us have had multiple lifetimes on this planet, and we have a whole line of ancestors. And, as Jax was just talking about, and you were all talking about, women have not been treated kindly over the years. If you look at the historical facts in every culture, in every society, women didn't have control over their relationships. They didn't have the ability to choose who to love. Fathers sold daughters into marriage for wealth, for political alliances, for land, for whatever they wanted, without consulting the women. And as women got older and their husbands died, somebody else came along to take over them, right? Because in most societies and in most cultures, women couldn't own land. They couldn't control money or wealth. And if their fathers didn't control it, their husbands did, or their children did, and they didn't have any control over it. So the clients that come to me have tried a lot of other modalities to clear up, difficult relationships. Oh, I'm on my third divorce. What am I going to do? Oh, I keep choosing these terrible men in my life. And when they end up coming to me, it's because in order to shift those attitudes, in order to shift those choices, we need the help of our ancestors. We need to clear those old memories, those old belief systems, and those old traumas. And that's why I work with clients to connect with their ancestors and have their ancestors help them create new, loving, positive relationships, because our ancestors want us to be happy. They want us to have positive relationships. They don't want us to have the lives that they had where, they were sold off as chattel. They want us to have control over our lives. They want us to be able to choose to love where our hearts are and to create a positive and fulfilling life. And I'm here to tell you, your ancestors are there to help you. They want to help you. And a lot of people go, oh yeah, right. Well, we can't connect with our ancestors. Well, if you've ever read anything from Einstein, he proved that time and space are not linear, that we can move through time and space whenever we choose. And indigenous people have been doing that for millennia. In every culture, in every indigenous society, they know that their ancestors can help them. They know how to connect with their ancestors. And so we're just learning how to do it again.
Well, that's pretty powerful and exciting. So, yeah, lifetimes, dynamics that we've picked up in our DNA, and I on a regular basis, meaning every day, tap into the quantum of no time, no space, and nowhere. And all of that non-linear. With that said, how does one shift that? There are some people here, I'm guessing, that are thinking, well, that's interesting. Einstein and no time, no space, and what? We can have our ancestors help us? You got to share a little bit more on that, because I'm sure there's some people going, huh?
Yeah,
What
really?
the heck is this about, Miss Cherokee lady? I'm not Native American, and I don't know how to do it. Please, Ariane, help us, help us.
Junie, you're not the only one that has those questions. I get those questions all the time. But no, our ancestors are there on the other side going, oh, you poor dear, here, let me give you a hand. Let me see how I can help you. And that's where shamanic journeying and meditating and really going deep, like you said, into our quantum level can connect us with our ancestors. All right? Like I said, indigenous people have been doing this for thousands of years. And I remember Deepak Chopra once saying, oh, I have an ancestor altar. I want to keep them where I can find them.
Love that. I love that.
Yes. Because when we go back and connect with those ancestors, it's like, oh, I'm having trouble with this. I don't know how to create a loving relationship in my life. Or I'm in this marriage and it doesn't feel right and I don't know how to change it. I don't know. What can I do about it? They have had lifetimes worth of experience. They have been seeing us from the other side of the veil and going, oh, honey, let me tell you, let me tell you. And so when you can go very deeply into your DNA, into your genetics, into your body, and connect with them, it opens up so many possibilities. And I've had people go, oh, yeah, well, you can do that. And, that doesn't apply to me, right? Well, the science of epigenetics has shown that we have total control over our genomes. Okay. We can turn off those genes that say, I don't deserve love. I'm not worthy. I can't take care of myself. I need a man to support me. I need a man to tell me what to do. We can turn those messages off. And we can turn on those messages that say, I have a full and loving heart. I want a positive relationship. I deserve it. And I have the ability to create it. And science tells us that that's why this works.
So Ariane, can you give us a couple of tips on how to do it? I mean, I know like you know, you do the shamanic work, I do the shadow work. So when people work with us, we can bring them into those realms so that they can tap in and connect to beyond. Is there something that people can incorporate into their daily ritual? Like if you have an ancestor altar, are you suggesting you sit and talk with your ancestors? Do you surrender to their support and allow them to guide you and enter into the mystery? Like what might you offer to the woman who's going, yeah, I have no idea how to connect and change the dynamics of my relationships. I just know something's off.
Well, you've given them great suggestions right there. Create an ancestor altar and sit with it, light some candles, and connect with them. Look into your grandmother's eyes if you have a picture of her, or just connect with her energy and say, okay, I am looking for the love of my life. I've been through all these bad relationships. I'm now in middle age, and by God, I want mine before I leave. How can I create this? How can I connect with that deep love who will enrich my life, who will open my heart to the best possibilities? And sit quietly, sit in a meditative state, and trust what you see, hear, feel, or sense, because they'll answer you. And it may take a little practice because we're not used to talking to our ancestors.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I know when I was first starting many years ago, and again another compare and despair. I was like, oh my God, everybody's connecting and hearing voices and feeling entities or whatever, and I'm just like sitting there going, what class is this?
Like,
and
really?
what's wrong with me that I can't, you know? And it took some patience and desire and learning that things could change and trying new things and being open to the experience. So, you know, there are some people here going, yeah, this sounds great, but I never hear my ancestors. I don't feel their presence. I don't know if I even believe they're there. So what might you say to those people?
Number one, trust yourself. Trust yourself. And some people are visual. So they may get images, they may get scenes from their ancestors' lives where, you know, their great, whatever, was sold in marriage and had a terrible life. But some people are auditory. And so they may hear grandma saying, oh, sweetie, you need to let go of those old relationships first. Oh, try doing this. Try clearing out what no longer serves you. And there are people who are sensory. And so they can sit and try and connect with their ancestor in front of the altar. And, okay, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not hearing anything. But your body feels this warmth. They feel this loving support. They feel that there's an energetic connection there somewhere. So be with it in whatever way it comes to you, follow it, trust it, and know that it will be there for you. And it may not happen the first time or the second time, but I guarantee you, it's like meditating. The first time you sit down to meditate, it's like da 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 da. And then after a couple times, it's like, whew, calm, Pete. Oh, I can do this. I can do this. But trust what you see, hear, sense, or feel,
Yeah.
and you will get the messages you need.
I love that. I love that's such great advice. Yeah. Yeah, so beautiful. What gift do you have for these amazing love seekers.
For those of you who aren't quite sure how this works and would like to move on, I have several gifts that I'm offering. The first one is a free copy of my ebook, Healing Family Patterns, Ancestral Lineage Clearing for Personal Development. And that will tell you what ancestral lineage clearing is about, how to go about it. And in addition, it has all kinds of stories of actual clients that have changed their life through this. The second gift I'm giving, because some people are going, oh, I don't want to read another book, is a PDF of 50 affirmations to clear blocks to love.
Oh, wow. Yummy, yummy.
Yeah. You can do 2 or 3 at a time or just go through all of them and going, oh yeah, that one's mine. That one's mine. No, we'll skip that one. Okay. Pick which ones serve you and here's your affirmations. Now, I am also holding a group ancestral lineage clearing on love and relationships on February 6th at a special discount price for everybody that's on this program. And so you can sign up and come and be with me, and I will lead you on a journey to connect with your ancestors, to heal any of those wounds around love and relationships. And as the final gift, I'm throwing in the kitchen sink, right? Some people don't like to do group things because it's like, oh, I don't know. What about this? I also offer a discount on a private session with me if you want to get together with me, and I will take you on a journey to meet your ancestor.
Oh my gosh, so beautiful. My goodness. The link is in the chat box. So many golden nuggets. And you know, where I'm sitting right now is deep gratitude that I've actually have come in contact with people that have passed on, my ancestors. I always, a lot of people go, "Oh my God," like my brother, it's like, "Oh, you're so weird, you're so out there, you're so woo-woo." And I'm like, I'm kind of a skeptic. I'm very scientific. I'm very left-brained. And so for those of you that are like, "Well, this is really out there," trust me when I say I used to think that too. There's so much mystery in our world. There's so much we don't know. In fact, we know less than we know. I mean, there's just such a small fraction of what we truly know. And so I have found so much comfort in connecting to the other side to feel like when you said, looking at a picture and smiling. I mean, I have pictures of my grandmother and my father and all the sadly, but not so sad. Like there's so many people that are on the other side right now. And they're, it's happening more and more as we know, as we get older. And I talk to them, I connect with them, and I'm just so grateful. And it's calms me down. And so whether it's make believe in my head, which I don't believe, or truth, which I do believe, it's so powerful. It's another tool for us all. And I just love what you're offering. I'm so glad you were here. The link has been posted. And Debbie just said, I loved your presentation. There's so much unknown, and this is fascinating to consider. Thank you. So Ariane, thank you so much for being here today.
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's been my pleasure. I love telling people about their ancestors and how they can help you. So it's been a joy to be here with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Be well, sister. Wow, that was quite different than what we've been experiencing throughout the day. I was so determined and committed to having a live stream that brought in all the pieces, as many pieces I could possibly imagine that support us in the second half of life. And there's so much more coming. We have Robin Smith coming at, let's see, when is she going to be here? At 5:15 Eastern. So in a little over 15 minutes, Robin's going to be here. Because to be honest, everything that we've learned here has been gold. And if you don't know how to communicate, shit out of luck. Seriously. Conscious communication, how to speak, how to really share your truth. She's going to come on and talk about healthy communication. She is the queen of couples communication. And so whether you're in a partnership or not, you have to talk to people, you have to communicate. And that comes back to knowing yourself, honoring yourself, trusting yourself, all these pieces. And of course, like Jackie, you know, Jack, to be healthy in your body, and Janet, loving your body. I mean, all of these pieces. So if you want to be able to communicate, you need to have all these pieces. And so the live stream is continuing on. We have more tomorrow. And then after Robin, so she's at 5:15. Right after her, I'm going to be talking about the befriending your inner critic, because believe it or not, your inner critic has value, and how to lower the volume of it so it's not the lead, it's not the driver of your car. You can actually get back into the driver's seat and have your inner critic as your sidekick, but not taking you out. How to feel inspired and empowered and being able to truly manifest your soulmate as well as an extraordinary second half of life with your inner critic, because your inner critic, sorry, it's not going anywhere. So I'm going to be doing that in a few minutes. Another shout out for your what is it? Your Magnetize Your Midlife Love. I forget all these names. Magnetize Your Midlife Love giveaway. That is the event that is going on right now. And you can go to midlifeloveoutloud.com/giveaway. And the people that are here in the live stream, as well as many others, have offered unbelievable free gifts to support you in the second half. Sacred Sexuality, health and wellness. I mean, you name it. So please go and grab some more gifts there. And like I said, this live stream is so that you can actually do this in real time and hear these people, support these people. You have the link right there for the giveaway. Thanks, MJ. Let's all, oops, I keep hitting my mic, you know, give some love to MJ, my amazing assistant, who's, I'm assuming it's the middle of the night for her right now in the Philippines. My goodness, I'm so grateful for you, MJ. So we are going to take a little bit less than 15 minutes, but I'm going to take a little break. I need to stretch. I'm thinking you guys need to stretch. Please stay, come back, shake your booty. I'm going to play some music and grab some water. And hi, Christine, by the way, I saw you pop in, and beautiful backgrounds. And we will resume in a little bit. Mwah.
Goes down, you're the one I wanna be with. When the sun goes, that's the sound of sunshine coming down. And that's the sound of sunshine coming down. When the sun goes down, when the sun goes down. I got a feeling deep within my soul, and right now I really need to let you know that each time I've fallen down inside that hole, you came and showed me there's a way to go. So we can love deeper, fly higher, see clearer, burn brighter, feel more than we ever did before. Yeah, we can swim oceans, climb mountains, dance like nobody's watching, live life like we never did before. And through the highs and lows, baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. on a journey. Sell the house and give away the money, yo. At first glance, it might sound funny, but give me a chance, cause we could do anything. I wanna take you on a motorcycle ride through the sugar cane in the countryside. We could take a bullet train to the other side, you and me side by side. So we can love deeper, fly higher, see clearer, burn brighter, feel more than we ever did before. Yeah, we can swim oceans, climb mountains, dance like nobody's watching, live life like we never did before. And through the highs and lows, baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Take me, I'm yours, and swing me all across the floor. Shake me down until the sun comes back around. And even when I'm gone, I'll turn our love into a song, and I will sing it on back to you as I come home. So we can love deeper, fly higher, see clearer, burn brighter, feel more than we ever did before. Yeah, we can swim oceans, climb mountains, dance like nobody's watching, live life like we never did before. And through the highs and lows, baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Baby, I got you, yeah. And you got me, yeah. Some say you only get so many breaths. When they're gone, you'll meet your maker. Some people always try to cheat their death, but when it comes, you just can't shake it. Some people try to make a deal to get a little bit more, but they just can't take it. Some of them just end up in debt. When they're called, they try to fake it. But one morning the clock will chime in. No more birds come flying by. Temperatures keep rising higher. 16 bullets come flying by. And I, throw your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live till you die. I, throw your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live till you die. They can hit you with a missile, hit you with the bomb, hit you with the law and try to take your home. Break into your house in the middle of the night, track you on a cell phone by satellite. Stopped anytime you're in your car. Search your body, search your home, and listening in on your phone calls. Still no politician got enough balls. Lining the people up against the wall. When the truth comes out, all hell will call, and someday Guantanamo will fall. Until that day, we all will ride on. I, throw your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live till you die. I, put your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live till you die. In the city, that's life in the city. Yeah, that's life in the city. Oh, a mad world in the city. Yeah, I throw your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live till you die. I throw your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live till you die. I throw your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live. Just life in the city. Yeah. Some holding on, some so damn gone. Their whole life living with the TV on. Then radio play the same 10 songs. Set your clock by which one's on. And watching the news, try to see what's wrong. Find somebody else to blame it on. Hope they never come and research you, cause your grandmother was an immigrant too. So if you love somebody, better tell them so. You never ever ever know when they're gonna go. If they love you back, just give thanks. Can't keep love like money in the bank, no. I, throw your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live till you die. I, throw your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live till you die. I, throw your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live till you die. I, throw your hands up high, cause you never know how long you're gonna live till you die. No. That's life in the city. You never know, you never know. It's gonna get you, it's gonna get you. You never know, you never know. It's gonna get you, it's gonna get you. You never know. It's gonna get you, it's gonna get you. Life in the city. I learned to ride a bicycle by falling down a lot. I learned to be myself more by trying to be not. I learned to swim in the river by trying not to drown. I learned to get back up by falling down. For all the walls that block my soul and held me back before, I wanna thank you for breaking down the door. For all the loves that broke my heart and made me feel some more, I wanna thank you for breaking down the door. I wanna thank you for breaking down the door. And I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you for breaking down the door. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you for breaking down the door. Whoa, whoa. I learned about what pain really is when I saw Daddy cry. I learned about what hurt is the day I said goodbye. I learned about what's beautiful when I looked in your eyes. And I learned about what life really is the day we said we'd try. For all the walls that blocked my soul and held me down before, I wanna thank you for breaking down the door. For all the loves that broke my heart and made me feel some more, I wanna thank you for breaking down the door. I wanna thank you for breaking down the door. And I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you for breaking down the door. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you so much. I wanna thank you for breaking down the door. Whoa, whoa. here for a little bit of time, yo, just to get a little off my mind, yo. Barefoot and a little bit of sunshine, radio and a little bit of sublime. Bass lines are pumping steady from a stereo and back on my.
I'm muted. You're not going to hear a darn thing I'm saying. Robin, you're like, hey, sister. Yeah, I'm going to bring on Robin in a moment. I just want, and I don't know if you heard me saying how I was moving and grooving and stretching and all that stuff, because there's a lot of sitting going on. And what a day we've had. It's just been spectacular. I'm just so happy. I have to say the level of sharing from these amazing experts, all the blessings that have been brought here, and how many of you have stayed almost the entire time. I'm really blown away. This is so exciting. Tomorrow is another day. We have a great lineup, as well as Thursday. A lot more gifts, the giveaway. I mean, there's just so many things here to take advantage of. I do want to also remind you that my YouTube station, which let's all say hello again to YouTubers, that that channel, the Midlife, it's called Midlife Love Out Loud YouTube channel, and MJ, if you can put that in the chat box, uh, that that it's an amazing channel of resources where I interview similarly like today, but more time with my podcast, where I bring on experts like Dr. John Gray, Marcy Shimoff, some amazing leaders of our time, talking about how to have an extraordinary second act with all the flavors that you desire. And I also do my own stuff. I'm sharing how to take care of your heart, how to treat yourself well, how to really open to love, and have that spectacular chapter of your life on your terms, without playing small, playing big, living out big, living fully, and creating the life that you desire. It truly is up to you. It is. It's up to you. You can grab it, you can take it, you can step into this next chapter full on, full out, full abandon, and enjoy the ride. And what I speak to mostly is rewinding and undoing the patterns of the past, all the programming, all the belief systems, all the things that have you feeling like you can't or you shouldn't. And after Robin, I'm going to be diving into what to do about the inner critic and how to work with the inner critic. And so I offer a lot of that on my podcast, as well as hot dating strategies, because I do want to support those that are ready to get out there and streamline the dating strategies. So I encourage you to subscribe to the station. I'm going to start doing a lot more lives on the station. And the more people that subscribe, the more I'm going to be able to do more lives to you and promote to you. So definitely subscribe to the station so you don't miss out on any of my special live streams, because I'm going to start doing just some special live trainings there. So definitely go to the YouTube station. Without further ado, it is 5:15 and we have Robin Smith in the house. Hello, hello, hello. How are you, honey?
I'm good. Thank you. It's good to be with you in this exciting event. I'm honored to be here.
I'm excited too. And Robin and I go way back. We've been supporting each other, loving each other up through our entrepreneurial journey, making a difference in people's lives. She is a dear friend. We continually support each other to get our work out into the world, and also to take care of our hearts along the way and everything in between. And she is one of my go-tos. This woman is one of my go-tos. And that says a lot, because I know a lot of people, and there's a lot of great people out there. And I have a pretty nice tribe of people that I can reach out to for lots of different things. With that said, when I bump up against some things of what am I missing, or how do I handle this, or what do I do about this part in my relationship? Because as much as I'm an expert, I've got my blind spots too. We all do. We need other people outside to kind of go, oh, have you considered this? Or so Robin has the chops. Let me tell you a little bit about her. I just really wanted to just say she's one of my go-tos. That's a big deal. She's on speed dial. All right. She's a trauma and relationship coach. She's an award-winning speaker and leading trauma communication and relationship coach for women. She's the founder of the Rock Your Relationship movement, and she's helped thousands transform frustration into fulfillment by cultivating deeper, more conscious and loving connections. With her thriving 23-year marriage, and yeah, she's got a special partnership. So that says a lot right there. With her marriage as inspiration, Robin combines practical relationship strategies with emotional healing to create lasting change. Her approach goes beyond communication, reshaping how women experience love and connection. As a certified master trauma coach, she specializes in helping clients break free from trauma and unhealthy patterns, restoring harmony within relationships and within themselves.
Yes,
Yes, yes, yes, yes.
I'll need that.
All right. So, Robin, why don't we start with communication? You've mentioned when we've talked about empowered communication, what's possible when we are tapped in and we have that empowered communication when it comes to relationships, and why is that so important?
Yes, yes. So much is possible, and it is so important. So let's start with, I think it'll be clear why it's important when I say what's possible, because what I believe is possible and what I've seen in my own life and with my clients is that what's possible is you get to feel and experience being heard and being understood without the kind of static in between of like, what does that mean? Or just really a clarity in between you and a feeling of understanding, which also feels like support. You get to experience being on the same team instead of feeling like you have to justify yourself or, fight for yourself. You just know you're together, you're working through things together. You have therefore more ease in your communication and your connection, less work. You get to put more energy towards other stuff that you would rather be doing, like having fun, going on trips, going out to dinner, whatever that is, instead of having to always be working on the relationship and the communication and things like that. So those are what I see as what's possible. And why is it so important? Because if you don't have communication, it's our key method of connecting, even though we've all heard most likely that the words that come out of your mouth are like a small percentage of what people read or get from you. They get the gestures, they get the tone, they get the facial expressions. But still, when we don't have the words that come out in the way that we intend them to, with the tone that we're seeking, with the energy, the emotion, to convey what we want to convey, it gets really confusing in there. And people then have a lot of misunderstandings, a lot of frustration. And that's why it's really important to have empowered communication where you are solid, clear, feeling confident in yourself and able to communicate what's important to you. So you get the getting heard that you seek, the connection that you seek.
Well, those are a lot of amazing things that are bonuses when you have good communication. What would you say are some of the challenges that people have when it comes to this realm of sharing and speaking?
Yeah, so I would say the main challenges that I see kind of with communication are blame, criticism, and defensiveness. So these are real popular, real common. We don't often realize we're doing them. I was doing them all, did not realize it until I started down this path of really wanting to study communication and have healthier relationships. So blaming is anytime we're doing it, you're doing this, you should do that, you're always blah, 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 and, making someone the problem or the fault of the problem, the cause of the problem. And the problem with blame is it's going to cause people to want to defend themselves and kind of or attack back or blame you back. well, you did that. So it's kind of a, it's a low level, it's low energy, it takes you down. And that's really similar with criticism. Criticism hurts more because it's more personalized. Criticism is like, you are mean, you're not nice, you're being bitchy or whatever it might be, right? And so then it's more of a personal attack. And again, same kind of response you're going to get: defensiveness, you're going to get a pushback, an attack back, or shutting down or walking away. So that just doesn't get you where you're probably seeking, which is usually we want connection, we want to be heard and understood. So, and then defensiveness, which I've already shared a little bit about, but defensiveness is like kind of like a wall, like you can't hurt me, I didn't do it, it's not my fault, and so there's excuse, there's pushing away, or and so it creates a disconnection. All of those three create disconnection, usually the opposite of what we seek.
I was just going to say, it's exactly what we want. So it's the last thing we want to create.
Yeah.
You mentioned trauma. Is there certain types of trauma that stop us or get in the way of really being able to communicate? Tell us a little bit about that.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of things that can happen in our early life that we can call, childhood trauma. And it doesn't have to be like you were physically or emotionally or sexually abused. It can just be you didn't get your needs met. Your mom was in the hospital when you should have been nursing, or somebody was in prison, or your parents were arguing, or your sister was in the hospital, so you didn't get enough attention. So there's different types of trauma that can occur that we often don't kind of register as, oh, that was kind of traumatizing for me. My parents weren't available, or my caregivers, whoever was supposed to be there for me, wasn't there for me in the ways I needed them to be there for me. Or they were really mean to you, or they punished you a lot, or, they were working all the time, whatever it was. And so you can then create a survival strategy, a pattern of how to get through something like that, which then lasts with you into your adult life often. So if you were neglected, you didn't get, again, someone wasn't there physically, or they ignored you, or you had 10 other siblings, you could never get enough attention. You might have had a survival strategy to take care of others because you weren't getting your needs met. So you might have become the caretaker so you could be needed. And then you continue to be the need provider. And then you end up being like, well, nobody's taking care of me. Why am I always taking care of everybody else? And this is your pattern because you learned to do that early on. So this can come out in your communication of someone asks you, where do you want to go to dinner? Oh, it doesn't matter. Where do you want to go? Whatever you want is fine with me. So you don't know how to really speak up for your needs. And then you end up feeling really resentful or forgotten, because people, you draw those people to you who you serve, and they like being served by you, because that's what you know how to do to get enough attention. So that's one example.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah.
you. So let's just say you notice these patterns, you notice you're not having the connection, you notice the challenge of speaking up, and maybe there's some trauma from your childhood. We've talked before, you've mentioned that there are certain areas to focus on and to work on to be able to have better communication. Can you speak to that a little bit?
You bet. I just pull up my notes in case I missed something. Yes. So the way I work with my clients so often, and my privates, I have a group for women that we work on stuff like this, is self-worth is I see as a real cornerstone to having healthy relationships. When you don't feel good enough about yourself, which is going to be true if you've had any kind of childhood trauma, you didn't get your needs met, you were punished a lot, you were abused in one way or another, you're going to have a low self-worth and low self-esteem. So working with your self-worth is key. So and this is self-empowerment. So what we're talking about, empowered communication. You can't have empowered communication if you don't feel good enough, if you feel like there's something wrong with me, if you feel like I'm not worthy, nobody likes me, I'm not lovable. These kinds of stories that we tell ourselves, we have to do the work to untangle that and to get to the core truth, which is we're all lovable, we're all worthy of love, and we all deserve connection. So when we can really land in that truth, we're going to have much more healthy connections with people. So that's key if you want to have healthy relationships. Another one is unresolved emotions. So when you've had different types of trauma or just really challenging things that happen to you, you are going to likely have especially unresolved anger and or grief or sadness. And maybe you're living with a lot of fear too. So those three core emotions can be kind of running in the background. If they're not in the foreground, you may not notice them. I didn't notice I was running a lot of anger and fear, and I didn't really get it until I started on my path of this work that I'm doing. And so until you work on that, you're going to be, pushing people away, fighting, arguing, blaming, all the things we've talked about. You might get really reactive. You might be, that might be kind of feeding those stories that I was saying before: unlovable, unlikable, not worthy. So they're going to get in the way of you having a clean, clear, open connection with people. And you might be like spewing your emotions all over people too, which I did. So really important to work on that. And then the last piece, which I've pretty much touched on, is fears and old beliefs. So it's hard to not talk about that when I mention the other two. But again, when you're running a lot of fear about like something bad's going to happen or I'm not lovable beliefs, they completely get in the way of you just receiving, knowing how to give and receive in a way that's pure and where you feel available, where you feel contactable by people, instead of like always having some kind of static in the way of like stories and stuff like, well, you did that, so that means you don't like me, or that's the stuff that we do. There's a lot more to say, but I know we don't have a lot of time, but hopefully you get the gist of people are following along.
Absolutely. I just have one more question before we hear your juicy gift. Where does one start? So, I mean, we all have had our histories. We all have had our challenges. And as women, one of the biggest things is really knowing our worth and being able to ask for our needs to be met. We've been taught to give and to sacrifice, which doesn't necessarily lend to speaking our truth and communicating well. So, being that I always encourage people to go into relationships even if they're not perfect, ha ha ha, because we're never going to be perfect. So let's just say people are starting to date or people are in a relationship. How might they navigate this while in partnership or starting to get to know somebody when they might be a little wonky when it comes to really speaking about their needs, communicating well?
Mhm. I mean, I'm in the communication business and the support business. So I always think get support. Like, don't go at it alone. Don't fumble around in the weeds like most of us did before there were relationship and communication tools way back when. It's like this stuff is out there. You can get support, like get it, take advantage of it. There's a lot of free resources that you're getting right here in this beautiful live stream and in Junie's program. So take advantage of resources. And I don't think there's one place you need to start. Like I serve people wherever they're at, right? And maybe they come in thinking they need communication skills, which is not untrue. But really there's something deeper going on. There's the fear, there's the anxiety, there's the anger, whatever it is. So, I would say that number one piece is get some support, get some tools, get some, somebody to help you see like, oh, what's really going on? Because some of the tools that we get don't get to the core of it. And that's why I went on from my original training in relationship coaching to study trauma, because it was like, okay, there's a lot more going on here than just a lot of tools. So, let me support, like unearth that stuff. So if you have the means to do that's my big, suggestion.
Absolutely. And earlier I said that, we're not meant to do this journey alone. And I have my mentors, I have my go-tos. We all have our blind spots.
Yeah.
And there are people that are a few steps or many steps ahead of us to help us, to grab our hands and help us up and
Yeah.
support us. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you
Exactly.
for that. Tell us about your gift.
Yeah, so I have what I am calling now the Connection Cure Checklist, and it's 10 tips for navigating difficult conversations without arguing. So I am giving some really solid tips. So what you do is you go through the checklist and say, you know, am I doing this? Am I doing this? And if you're not, there's tips there for how to start doing that thing. So you can really kind of rate how you're doing in communication and then get some solid skills for how to move forward. So it's a juicy takeaway, and it honestly takes about 2 minutes to go through. So I hope everyone will grab that and give themselves that at least beginning piece, if it's not, probably not the beginning, because many of you are getting other pieces, but another piece in your toolbox for how to, you know, navigate these difficult conversations with folks, which are inevitable. Even with all the tools in the world, we're still going to end up in difficult conversations. So we just want to have skills available to be able to get through that with some grace and some ease.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm offering here.
So huge, so huge. Absolutely. You know, again, there's so many moving parts to, and we just put the link in. There's so many moving parts to all of our relationships, and it starts with us, and it starts with good communication. I mean, really, if we don't have good communication, it's
Yeah.
so huge. So I encourage everybody to grab it, get the checklist. Robin is an amazing resource. And like I said, she's spectacular. Thank you. I know this was so short and sweet, but yeah,
We
I'm
a lot
so
of
glad we did
Yeah.
it. We did it. We did it. Thanks for being here, sister. So much love to you.
Well, I appreciate you, and thanks everyone for watching. Best of luck on your journey.
Be well, hun.
Bye.
So yeah, communication, and it comes back to there are skills for communication. You need to know how to share. You need to know how to let people know what's going on inside of you, and that builds that connection. Intimacy. If you can't let somebody know what's going on inside of you and you can't open and reveal, how is that going to go for you? How are you going to build a relationship if you can't share that? And relationships of all kinds, as we know, are bound to have some bumps along the way. And so having tools on how to share, how to have those difficult conversations, I just encourage you to keep on going and staying aware of what you can share and how you share it. Because if you're in the blame game, if you're pointing fingers and if you're throwing people under the bus and not looking at your side of the street, you're going to be missing out. You're going to be missing out on a very healthy relationship. So I'm going to shift gears again because now we're going to shift into, and I'm the last presenter of the day on how to tame your inner critic and feel empowered. Because at the end of the day, and we are at the end of the day, if you're beating yourself up, if you're feeling inadequate, if you're feeling not good enough, if you think you should be a certain way, if you're carrying a big bag of shadow of things about you that you feel shameful about, if you have had a life, decades, and you're here, which you are, you've picked up a lot of BS, belief systems. Yeah, I thought I was going somewhere else. You've picked up a lot of belief systems, and there's a reason that has happened. So, what I'd like to do is take a few minutes and talk to you about what is possible with these belief systems. Can you really change them? Can you really come to a place of alignment and feeling solid within yourself so that you can have this deep connection with another, deep connection with yourself, deep self love? And I can tell you right now, it is not only possible, it is there for you. And I am living proof. Seriously, it was just a heartbeat ago, a little over 20 years ago. I was 200 pounds in a 5'3" body. I ate a lot of food, and it's where I managed my emotions. Food was my friend. Food was where I went to relax, to take care of myself, to celebrate if I had something that I felt good about, or to soothe myself if I felt um, like some pain or loss or anything like that. And food was a symptom of something much greater, but I didn't realize that. It was my pattern of behavior. It was how I sabotaged my life, my health. Food was my go-to. Some of you might have Netflix. Some of you might have caffeine. Some of you might be workaholics. Some of you might be gamblers. We all have different ways to manage our stress, to manage what's between our ears when we feel uncomfortable. And so I hit 200 pounds after going up and down the scale many times, 40, 50 pounds at a time for many years. And I thought I had a food problem, but what I realized through the work that I do, shadow work, and I do Tony Robbins work as well, but mostly shadow work, helping people see what's in the background, what's the noise, what's the programming. I didn't know that stuff was back there. All I knew is I was suffering and food helped me, but I thought I had a food problem. And what I discovered through shadow work is the food was a symptom of a much greater problem, which was self-esteem, which was self-love. I really was terrified of being me. I was afraid to reveal my truth. I walked on eggshells and my stomach was in knots on a regular basis. And my relationship with my husband for 20 years was challenging, very, very challenging. And I was always scared of rocking the boat. So I micromanaged everything. You may not have had this similar story, but I bet you've had an aspect of it where somewhere in your life you managed on some level with something to get you through. Ah, and what I can say to you is I'm in a normal size body. I have to keep working on loving myself. I'm not at the top of the mountain, but dang, I can enjoy myself. I feel good in my body. I have a healthy relationship with food. And some people might say, why am I not a food coach? Why am I not working with women that want to lose weight? Well, interestingly enough, when people come to me for love and dating and relationship support, they tend to lose weight if they want to, because we're working on the real core issue, which is lowering the volume of the voices that tell you something's wrong with you, that have you feel like you're bad or not deserving. When you can fill up that cup and truly and authentically embrace all of who you are. Like I said, my book name is Loving the Whole Package. When you can love all of who you are without apology, shed the shame, and live fully, anything is possible. So if you are struggling in some way, if you're doubting whether you can find love, find partner at this stage of life, if you're questioning, it's January and a lot of people want to take their health to the next level and get more fit, or maybe start a new job or a book or whatever your dream is, I offer to you that we need to look at why the inner critic is here and how to work with it so that you can truly create and manifest the life that you desire. So that's a lot of words, but I really want to share with you some more about how to do this. And frankly, we have 20 more minutes, so I'm going to keep on going. I will say right now, in case you can't stay for the whole thing, and I'm going to just give this to you right here, right now, is my ebook, and it's called How to Tame Your Inner Critic. It's 10 steps that guide you to have a new relationship with this part that rakes you over the coals and sabotages you. 10 steps. It's not a simple little checklist, not to put down anybody's resources here. They all have amazing resources. I'm offering you a deep dive here. It's a good 20, 30-minute deep dive for you to change, literally rewire and change your relationship to your inner critic. So MJ, when you have a chance, if you can put that in, it's easy. It's midlifeloveoutloud.com/inner critic gift. You can grab that. And I don't usually give that out. It's been a long time since I've given it out. But what I know is that if you've shown up for the live stream for what it is, you are ready. And if you want to have good communication, you need to tame that inner critic. You need to shed the shame, and you need to know that you're words matter, that you deserve to have what you desire, and it's here for you. And if you're blocking yourself and stopping yourself, there is a reason, and that ebook will shine a light on that and help you change it. So let's talk about that. Why do we have the inner critic? Why do we have that inner saboteur that keeps us from some of the things that we deeply desire? So think about one thing. It's January, which is why I also wanted to do this live stream right now, because it's the beginning of the year, and it is when we sometimes reflect on the past year and say, this year, I'm calling in my soulmate. This year, I'm going to get fit and take my health to the next level. This year, I'm going to learn how to self-pleasure and feel the beauty of my body. I mean, whatever it is, you might have a very clear direction of what you desire. And it's awesome. It's awesome. And I hope you've really gotten a really clear picture of what it is that you desire, why you want it, and how it's going to bring you joy. So just take a moment to just think about one thing that matters a lot to you to bring forth in this year. And if you are single, and you are desiring a partner, maybe you lean into that right now, since I am more than anything a love and relationship expert. What I offer to you is you can have it. And the clearer picture you have of what you desire, and the more you are aligned and know you deserve it, the faster it will come to you. And that's also a lot of BS at the same time. The belief system of, if you believe it and positive thinking, it's going to come to you. The law of attraction, I just have to do my vision board and it's going to come to you, you know? It's a yes and. Yes, those are great tools. Do your vision board, do your journaling, imagine what you want. And I offer to you that 95% of your brain is unconscious. 95% of your brain you are not aware of. It's in the background, it's in the operating system telling you things like, you can't have it, you shouldn't go for it, accept what you have, it's good enough, look how successful you are. Really, is it that important to have a partner? I hear this often when the women come to me, where they have a great life. They've checked so many of the boxes. They've achieved so much. They brought the kids up. They're out and they're in college and they feel really accomplished with so many things that mattered to them. And love has eluded them. A healthy partnership has not presented in their life. And they don't really get it. They have the confidence. They have seen so many things, that so many hoops and adversities that they've gone through and came out the other side. So why is it that they're missing that puzzle piece of love, or deep, healthy, next level love? Why is that? And even if they have great confidence in their achievements, why is it that sometimes they're still not calling in or aligning to a partner that they desire? So whether it's partnership or something else you desire, I offer to you that the inner critic is there because of your programming. So I want to dive into the 95%, because if you don't address what's beyond your conscious mind, if you do not pull back the curtains and realize that your history is still playing out right now, then your future is going to be the same as your past. And that is a fact. And I'm sorry to be so straight with you with this, but I'm not. Sorry, not sorry. I am so committed to waking everybody up on this planet to know what is possible and to be able to break through the limiting beliefs that have you thinking you can't have it for some reason. So you could learn all the dating strategies, and I have a ton. You could have the best profile. I've helped clients have the best profile and they have great results. And they started with unpacking the past and looking at what is between their ears that has created the reality that they have now. And once you do that, once you shine a light on the shame, the guilt, the I can't, the I'm not good enough, I'm bad, who do I think I am, any of those things, You have to shine a light on that. Otherwise, it's going to play out when you least expect it. It's going to come out in ways with your actions, what you say. Sometimes your health will take a dip because of that. Because here's the thing, and it's been mentioned multiple times today, that old brain, we are all human beings. We have this in common. No matter what your story is, no matter what your past is, your past has shaped your belief system. And your past has laid down a foundation of these beliefs because you've been hurt, because you've been challenged, because that old brain is saying, be careful, survive, make sure you don't do something that is going to have a high price. So some of you might be thinking, I do want a partner, but the last relationships, or maybe all of my relationships, have sucked. I suck at relationships. Every guy I've called in, every partnership I've had, it's almost looked the same, or I just keep showing up in certain ways that I don't like it. And you keep thinking that the next one's going to be different. In fact, some of you might know, well, all of you know, that there's a high divorce rate in our culture. I think the last time I checked, it was like 47% of first marriages fail. Did you know that it's in the 60 percentile second marriages fail, and in the 70th percentile of third marriages fail? So what the heck is happening? We know what we don't want. So why are we still creating the same reality with the same person that looks different, seems different, has a different name, but ultimately you suddenly have the same relationship? It's because you haven't unpacked the past. You haven't gone into the operating system. What's behind the scenes that has you in your fear of being criticized, judged, left? Some of you have lost significant others. Some of you have been betrayed by significant others. Some of you maybe have not had a long-term relationship, and you might be scared that you don't know what you're doing. I've had clients that said, I don't know. I don't know how to do relationship. And that's what blocks them. They have a voice, that inner critic that says, you don't even know what to do. So take a moment with me and think about what you desire. Just pick one thing that's a juicy something that you desire, one thing, and just imagine having it. What's it like to wake up and have that experience? Maybe it's more energy and vibrancy in your body because you're lighter, or you're lifting weights, or you're just feeling better with your hormones. Maybe it is your beloved. I mean, every morning when I wake up with him and our eyes open, sometimes it's not at the same time, but when our eyes open eventually and we reconnect, my heart just opens and my whole body relaxes. And I'm like, holy shit, I magnetized my soulmate. I don't say that lightly. It blows my friggin' mind. And my whole body relaxes, and I'm in such joy that I get to spend my life with this man. But it wasn't easy for me in the past because I had thoughts that told me it was impossible, that I was too fat, no one was going to want me, that I'm too fucked up. Truly, I had all these thoughts. Better be careful, better take care of everything, better be the good little girl. These were some of my thoughts. So think about what you want, and I invite you to now ask yourself, what's one thought, just one thought, that will slow you down or block you from opening to the thing that you desire? One thought. You're not good enough. Who's going to want you? You need to get your act together in some way before you can go out there. You got to lose that 20, 30 pounds. You got to get your finances ready. You're a loser. You're stupid. Like, what is it? What's the thought that has you thinking or blocking yourself from truly believing that this is possible for you? Hopefully you have at least one thought. And now I'm going to ask you, with that one thought, and maybe you've heard this, maybe you haven't, but just the energy of that thought. When was the first time you heard it? Go back as far as you can remember. When was the first time you had this feeling of, I'm not good enough, or no one's going to want me, or I'm afraid of being alone? Maybe you had the a message or an experience where someone literally told you that no one is ever going to want you, or you better work harder more than anybody else because then you'll be good enough. Just think about that. So going back in time, maybe you have an answer, maybe you don't, but I offer to you that your inner critic is here to protect you from what you experienced in your past. The inner critic is a tool to keep you safe. The inner critic is a tool that you use to survive, to avoid pain. So here's where it's tricky, ladies. On the one hand, you want what you want. On the other hand, there's a part of you that's like, I don't want pain. I don't want to take that chance. So you have a gap of what you want and this inner critic, this strategy that's saying, oh, don't do it. It's going to be scary. It may not go well. You might be left. All that effort, all that stuff. You may not be loved. You might be shamed, whatever it is. Who would you be without that thought? How would you feel without that thought? What would change for you without that thought in relationship to what you desire? Just think about that for a moment. 5 years from now, just think about that. 5 years from now, you don't have that thought anymore. What might change for you? Who might you invite into your life? How much more open will you be? Will you be speaking your truth? 10 years from now, without this thought, how magnificent are you? How much more have you experienced? What is possible for you then? The challenge is this part of you is here to protect you. So now what do? On the one hand, without it, you're going to feel so great, right? But on the flip side, you do want to protect yourself. So to lower the volume of your inner critic, you have that ebook, and I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to do the process. You got to do it. Don't just print it out. Do it. Don't just read it, I should say. Print it out and do it. And then let me know how it goes. You could even grab a complimentary inner critic breakthrough session with me. I'm happy to talk to you and support you and go over your results. You'll see that in the ebook at the end. So why would we want to lower the volume of the inner critic? First, we want what we want. We want to have an extraordinary life, no brainer. But if it's going to put us at risk, that doesn't sound good. If it's protecting us, that doesn't sound good either. We don't want to let it go. So here's kind of an interesting thing with the work that I do. We befriend the inner critic. We see its value. We honor it. We go, oh, you're trying to protect me from pain. Oh yeah, my mom was really controlling as a kid, and I always felt like I had to be so perfect. And now I feel like I have to be so perfect, otherwise I'm going to lose love. So I learned that from my mom. I'm going to keep doing it. But here's the thing, and this is the golden nugget here right now, ladies. Take a breath into this. When the inner critic, that part of you, sees that what it's doing has a high price in your life and it's actually causing you pain, it will change and it'll start working with you. So if you think about what you desire, that love, that healthy body, energy, the new career, whatever it is, when you think about not getting it, when you think about 5 years down the line, not getting it and still telling yourself you don't have what it takes, you're not going to, and you keep blocking yourself and blocking yourself, that's going to cause you a lot of pain, right? You're not getting what you desire. You're not honoring your heart's calling. And so the risk manager, the inner critic, which is part of the risk manager, there's a part I call the risk manager that's always assessing risk. When this part inside of you that is trying to keep you safe realizes, and safe and from pain, I want to add that in, safe and from pain. When that part realizes that if you keep going the way you're going and it keeps stopping you and sabotaging you and making you feel like shit, and it's going to hurt you, it wakes up. It wakes up and goes, oh, wait a second. I better not be so hard on her. How else might I support her? How else might I guide her so that she doesn't risk the future without love, the future without health? When that part inside of you realizes that its strategies is way overdoing it and it's costing you dearly and having you be really mean to yourself and feel inadequate and deflated and uncomfortable and all the different things that you might be experiencing, when that part realizes the way it's blocking you is hurting you, that's where things change. So the ebook gives you that journey. And working with me over time, we unplug from that. We learn from the past, we honor the past, and we learn together how to stay safe and take risks and open without the high cost. So, in closing, this whole day has been filled with lots of ideas and lots of opportunities. I hope you take advantage of all the gifts. And I just want to just put a stake in the ground for your dreams, for what matters to you, for the love that you deserve. If there's a part of you, even the tiniest part of you, and I know it's here because you're here, wanting more, wanting better, it is there for you. And so one of the ways is unpacking the past, unplugging from it, and loving yourself fiercely, loving yourself deeply so that you can rise and claim this life at a level that is beyond your wildest dreams. Be patient with yourself. Decades of learning, decades of acting in certain ways. It takes time, but it doesn't have to be years. It could be months. And sometimes somebody will do a session with me and boom, they're out and ready. I had this one client, I'll just share this real quickly. I had this one client who came to me a couple years after her divorce. It was a loveless marriage. It was a painful marriage. And she was ready. She was ready for her next person. But she kept sabotaging herself with overeating. And every time she was about to go on a date, she would cancel because she ate too much. And she was like, why am I doing this? Why am I sabotaging myself? I want a partner. And we shined a light on her history. We shined a light on the programming. And she discovered an old memory. And not everybody has a memory of their past, but she honed in on a memory of her childhood that had her believing that dating boys was shameful. She was a slut. She was slut shamed by her dad. Anyway, she realized it was crazy. It was old. It wasn't necessary to believe that anymore. And we did a very particular process. So at the end, she felt free. She felt empowered. She felt clear and confident. And 2 weeks later, she found her person. Maybe 2 weeks was fast for her. Maybe it might take months for you. Maybe it takes even a few years. And some of you might be going, no, I want my soulmate this year. You want the person that you deserve. You want your person. And it starts with becoming your person. Because when you take care of you, when you align with yourself, when you are your own soulmate and you know how to give yourself love and love your body like Janet taught you and embrace your age like Jack and know the dating strategies and feel empowered and strong and clear and all those things, your partner will come eventually, sooner or later. And here's the thing, you'll love your life every step of the way because you have you. So thank you, MJ. She just put all of the gifts again. So grab your gifts, take advantage of them. We have the Midlife Love giveaway. There's even more gifts there. There's some special gifts there. Not everybody's presenting. We have 2 more days of the live stream. If you know of some women, some sisters that you think would benefit from some of these gifts and from the live stream, please let them know and invite them. We do this together. We rise together. And if you haven't subscribed to Midlife Love Out Loud on YouTube, I really encourage you to do that because there's so many wonderful golden nuggets of interviews with Dr. John Gray, Ariel Ford, some of the leaders of love and relationships, and me sharing what is necessary for next level love. So I'm going to have you, MJ, stop my spotlight. Actually, I can do that. I want to see everybody in gallery view. Oh, everybody's kind of off except for Christine and Gail. So happy to see a couple of people that are in real time here. It has been such a pleasure to spend time with you. I hope you have enjoyed your day, and I'm going to keep the chat open for a few more minutes so you can grab those gifts, and hopefully I'll see you again tomorrow. Debbie, good to see you, Debbie. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And Lori, I'm just curious if anybody's willing to unmute and share what's one takeaway from today. Anybody have something they would like to share around one of the golden nuggets that they got from today? Anybody have something they want to throw in or put it in the chat box, a giveaway, a takeaway from today?
Yeah, I thought I can't remember her name, but that woman who said about how your body is incredible and stuff, and I thought, wow, it's just, and I just lately I've been saying to myself, thank you for working with me and stuff, and I'm just feeling the change, and it's just really lovely because
Oh,
we just say so many horrible things to ourselves that we don't ever stop to think that we really are lovely until people start putting negative things into us, because no one comes into the world saying I'm horrible, I'm this, I'm that. We have
yeah.
so much hope for ourselves, and then we get knocked down by so many negative things. We have to break out of that and let our true light shine.
Well said, Margaret. Well said. I'm pretty sure that was Janet when she had our bodies stretch and get in our
Yeah.
body. And she said, look at her. What are you thinking? What are we thinking when we see other people's bodies? And what have we learned from all of social media and people around us throughout time to have us feel like something is wrong with us?
Yeah, and I think sometimes we need to stop listening to other people and just think about what we truly believe and what is
Yes.
real and what's not real.
What is real and what's not real. Thank
Yeah.
you for that, Margaret. That's so true. So true. What is
I
real and
just,
what's not real?
I think that's very interesting about calling on our ancestors. That's kind of woo-woo way out there, but I'm going to be definitely looking into that. That's a whole nother way to go about this. So that's exciting.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed that piece. And it is a little out there. Everything's, you know what? Everything's out there until we spend a little time with it and learn about it. Because if we don't know what it is, it's going to be out there. And I know for me, anything with ancestors for many, many years, I was just like, And then I started doing ceremony and I started really diving more deeply into other realms. Yeah, so good for you, Christine. I encourage you to grab her gift and check it out. Anything else here? Any other takeaways anyone else wants to share before we close for today? All right. Blessings, blessings, ladies. Keep going, and hopefully I'll see some of you tomorrow. Mwah.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.